Oke. Udah streaming. Baik. Mbak Yola, silakan dimulai. Good. Siap ya, mulai kita.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The panel session of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science, in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2021, is about to start. Before we start our panel session, let us start by praying first, so the session that we'll hold on this day will run well without any obstacle at all. Pray begins. Finish. Ladies and gentlemen, today's agendas are panel session. For the presenters, please join your room based on guidebook. For the participant, you can choose the room that you're interested in. There are 3 rooms for ICEBESS and 2 rooms for ACoMC with different themes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for presenters, please rename your account using the following format in the chat box. For example, room 1 _ Ratna Yudiati. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the presenters, please join your room based on guidebook. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the presenters, please join your room based on guidebook and please rename your account using the following format: R01 underscore complete name if you at room 1, for example, R01 underscore Ratna Yudiati. And for the participant, you can choose the room that you're interested in. There are 3 rooms for ICEBESS. The first room about economic theme, and the second room about education, and third room about business.
Ya, hampir semuanya ketendang masuk ke main room.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the presenters, please join. Ladies and gentlemen, with the theme
Ma'am, instead of me, it will be Revati ma'am and Ashwini ma'am who will be starting. I'll be supporting them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Revati ma'am and Ashwini ma'am will be doing the presentations, and if there is any query, I'll be handling that.
Okay, Dr. Anita.
Okay. Just give me a few seconds and let me check if the slides can be on. Just hold on.
Okay, we will wait for that. While we wait, Dr. Anita prepare the presentation, maybe to the participant who will present their study, you can prepare it now because maybe we will facing this the time. Some presenter are not here, so today we will move, if the presenters are not here, we will move to the next presenters. So you may prepare your material.
Already studying, we are ready.
Okay. You can start your presentations.
Thank you. So the topic of our research paper, the work stress among the teacher educators with respect to their teaching positions and gender. So we are three presenters: Dr. Anita Mane, ma'am, she is director; then Ashwini Padile, she is a student; and I'm Professor Revati Rautra, I'm assistant professor working in RMDC Award Management School, Pune. So the flow of the presentation is like that. Shall I share my PPT?
Yeah, you can share your PPT.
Thank you. So the flow of presentation is like that. First, the introduction, and then objectives, problem statement, research questions, then methodology, analysis and findings, and the implications and the conclusion. So about our research paper.
Ma'am, can you share your screen to the full?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you share the screen to the full? It is in the slide mode.
Okay. Just a second.
You can go from here. Yes, ma'am. Done.
Thank you. So stress, common in the world day-to-day activities, and is not something strange to our daily life anymore. And we are playing a good role that we are a teacher and is seen as a counselor to students and parents both. And it is also something a nurse, like nurse, a social worker, and even to some degree a parent for the students that are under his or her tutelage. So in organizations' growth, it's totally depend on the efforts of the employees, how they perform. Okay, so the performance of the employees combined with the skill state will enable the organization to reach its goals. So a job is a combination of physical as well as psychological stressors. So the word stress possesses its originality in the Latin word stringere, which means to draw light. And that's why Hans Zeller in 1974, he also described that everybody knows what stress is and yet nobody knows what it is. So therefore, it can be a number of variables that may found correlated with job satisfaction, such as age of employee, working experience, gender, type of personality, level of aspiration, job congruence, position level of motivation, organizational fairness, etc. etc. And in this, the gender is determined socially. It is the societal meaning assigned to male and female. So teachers today are the central force of the school and colleges too. They are like the catalyst that foster changes in education, and most active part of the life is spent in work and work related activities. And today, stress and anxiety are the prevailing features of one's work life. And the area of organizational behavior in general includes the study of human behavior, particularly related to concepts like perception and attributions, attitude and values, personality, motivation, workplace, group dynamics, team dynamics, leadership, power and political behavior, communication, change and development, conflict and negotiation, frustration, job satisfaction, and stress management of humans at workplace. So, as per the topic related, we decided 3 objectives of our research paper, like to study the perception of teachers in related to job satisfaction with reference to education level. Then to study teachers' experience at work or experience versus pressures, and to measure teaching profession stress and fulfillment. The problem statement is like that. It was earlier believed that the teachers are innate, and in today's competitive world, maintenance of mental and the physical health is also essential for maintaining the consistency of high job performance. And in schools also, from the beginning of the schools also, schools are the nurseries of kingdom and teachers are the architects of the destiny. Teachers play an exceptionally crucial position in supplying the support and the direction to those scholars who want to discover their own way in today's world and society. Yes, for research questions, why men find teaching job more stressful than women? Then, did they thought about teaching as a career option before joining as a teacher? Which means that in general people answer no to the question, but they already have thought about this as area option. Why experienced teachers would like to quit as teacher than the persons who have lesser teaching experience? And do people really want to quit as teacher sometime in future? So for the theoretical framework, Ampad in 2015, he identified the relationships, a negative relationship between the nursing faculty of job stress and intention in academia, positive relationship between nursing faculty job satisfaction and entry in academia. So further researcher found that as the Ampari told us that researcher found that the more the faculty experience job stress, less likely they were to remain in academia. Because work stress is a real challenge for workers and their employing organizations, given by Lekha, Griffiths, and Cox in 2003. Then Vijay in 2015, he found that the secondary school teachers serving in government as well as private schools face similar job stress. Further, male secondary school teachers experience more job stress than female secondary school teachers. And in our present, we focus us that the postgraduate teachers, they are suffering a stress a lot. And the study by Mensa in 2021 has shown levels of social support and its relationship at work. And when it comes to quantitative demands, the results show similar effect on job stress among women and men. So this finding contradicts with some other research published earlier who found that quantitative demands carry a greater weight in the case of men. So these are the theoretical framework. And in earlier studies on the same topic, the work stress among teacher educators with respect to the teaching positions and genre, like the authors like Lekha, Griffiths, and Cox, Vinegas, Bihari, Excellence, then Anu and Girish Kumar, Murand and McNeil and Stolle, Olu and Oluwaso and Ola Wilson in 2014. They are findings like Lekha, Griffiths, and Cox. They told us that the workers who are stressed are more likely to be unhealthy, who are motivated, less productive, less safe at work. So stress, that is work in our for the production. The major part, every employee that is, who is working in this profession, and if they have stressed, means the production means the output of the students will be less. That's why the Villages and Biharia, Excellence and the Venezuela in 2004 found that the magnitude of job strain depends on age, gender, and marital status in general practitioner. The next Anu and Girish Kumar studied even sources of job stress, out of which 4 sources come out as predictors of job performance. Then Moulant and McNeil and Spaulding, he found that middle managers face strain that may in the long term negatively affect themselves as well as the productivity. And yes, as we already said, that Olusegun, Olu Wasao, and Ola OM in 2014 identified stress factors. So these are the stress factors they identified, like the work overload, career development, and work or family-related conflict, and sub-factors: tiredness, worry, unhappiness, weakness, and anger. So impact of sub-stress factors were identified, resulting in actions even at work, watching movies, sleeping, drinking, and smoking. Further, researchers identified work stress causes illness in workers.
Sorry, ma'am, you have 2 minutes left to present your material.
Yeah. So, as per the statistics by gender, I found that whether the teacher enjoying teaching field, we never thought of being a teacher, proud to be teacher, teaching as his job, teaching. So these are the parameters I use. So the methodology I select for this paper. The sample size of this study is 253 postgraduate teachers selected to non-profitable community sampling technique. And the implications from my research, from our research, is like that. It is considered up to 5 years teaching experience as a good phase in the teaching profession, whereas above 5 years experience in the teaching profession is supposed to be called the experienced teacher, and under almost each bounds and fall in teaching. That's why Indian Education Commission in 1964 to 66, the destiny of India is now being shaped in her classroom. So this line is the essence of these implication. So the suggestions from our paper like that, employee work performance is an important issue in today's competitive environment, and the study to explore the most relevant coping studies among teachers and educators is suggested. Good employee performance is very necessary for the organization's success. Then India higher education is facing several challenges, and the situation is despite the college autonomy was introduced to build up the academic excellence, but the total success of autonomy rests on the involvement of the teachers, which depends on the desire and attitude towards the autonomy. And when the teachers are stressed because of more work and advantages of academic freedom is easily exceeded by the job stress. And unless the job stress among the teacher is reduced, it would be affect the production of quality students and also the establishment of academic excellence. And the last, the conclusion of our study is both women and men teacher found teaching as enjoying, fulfilling, and proud profession. Yet, stress is relieved as teaching is demanding and taxing job. However, people of both genders would like to continue to work as a teacher, and teaching is perceived to be the best profession. When an opportunity appears in general, people would like to continue as teachers, and there lies a low chance to change in the career. Yes, that's why again I focuses the Indian Education Commission in 1964 to 66 that the destiny of India is now being shaped in her class. So this study explore the most prevalent coping strategies among the teacher educators is suggested. So I use this reference from like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Revati. That was insightful presentations. I'm sure that there are already participants who want to ask questions or give comments. You can write down them in the chat sections. Now, without further ado, let's invite the next our presenter, Ms. Nurul Iftah, about how the impacts of the coronavirus disease outbreak and business conditions, a micro entrepreneur's point of view. Ms. Nurul Iftah, you have 10 minutes maximum for deliver your presentations. You may start your presentations now, and time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Adin. I have to share my screen first. Sorry, I cannot screen because the first presentation is share,
Yes,
still share.
Sorry. Give me a second, please.
Okay, wait.
Ma'am, there's a question, why would you choose postgraduate teachers? The reason we had chosen postgraduate teachers because it's new thing. Because they have more of...
Anita. Dr. Anita, you can answer the questions in the end of the panel session. So we have two parts. We will start the presenter, and in the end of the present, we will answer the questions. So we will move to the next presenter, okay?
Okay.
Have you seen my slide? Oh, my slide?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Before I present my paper, let me introduce myself. My name is Nurul Invita. I am from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. And I have outstanding shares. The following are signaling theory. If the company's financial statement that state that the company's earnings per share value is increasing, it means there is a positive signal for investors because of the higher earnings per share will make the investor get bigger return. So the first hypothesis is earnings per share has a positive effect on stock returns. And for free cash flow to equity, show that the company's cash available for investors. For the higher of free cash flow to equity indicates the availability of cash that can be used as the dividend for investor as the stock return. And so, if the free cash flow value increase, that's a positive signal for investor. And the second hypothesis is free cash flow has a positive effect on stock return. And price to book value is a form of market appreciation of the company shares. The higher price book value describes the higher level of market confidence in company. So the if the financial statement show the company has a good performance, it's sign that the company has good prospect for the long term, and this is a positive signal for investors. So the third hypothesis is price to book value has a positive effect on stock return. And then the types of research is basic research with quantitative data. We are using the Microsoft Excel and IBM SPSS, and the data collection technique with attribute data. And the population of this research is all of the investor to index companies listed in Indonesia Stock Exchange for 2017 to 2020. There is 42 companies, and the sample were obtained by purposive sampling with a few criteria. So based on the sampling process, the company were able to fulfill the criteria is 18 companies, and there were 72 sample of data. And the data analysis method using multiple linear regression, and in this research, the result of this study test the classical assumption test consisting the normality test, multiple linearity, heteroscedasticity, and autocorrelation. The data has met the requirement of the classical assumption, so and the result has a blue, so the regression can be continued. And for the statistic descriptive analysis, earnings per share and stock variable have value of mean lower than deviation standard. So the sample data of earnings per share and stock return variable is varied. And while the free cash flow and price to book value have value of mean bigger than deviation standard, so the sample data is not variable. And about the value of the adjusted R square reflect that the ability of independent variable, there are earnings per share, free cash flow, and price to book value. In explaining the dependent variable, there is stock return is 20.9%, and the remaining 79.1% is explained by the other variable noted in this research. Simultaneously, independent variable can affect the dependent variable, but the result of multiple linear regression analysis show that the variable free cash flow and price book value have a positive effect on the stock return variable. And the sign is that the research results are the accordance with the researcher's hypothesis. However, the earnings per share variable has no effect on stock return because the probability value is higher than the alpha. So this is because there is a relativity constant movement in stock return, but in earnings per share variable data movement is relativity extreme. So the conclusion of this research is the fundamental factors that have a positive effect on stock return are the cash accounting and market appreciation. The cash accounting is presented by free cash flow, and market appreciation namely price to book value. And the result of this research show that accrual accounting presented by earnings per share cannot affect the stock return that investor will get. So the limitation of this research is the company study cannot generalize it in general to investor to index companies listed in Indonesia Stock Exchange, and then the result of statistical tests show that independent variable just can effect the dependent variable as 20.9%. And so the suggestion for the future research is first, expected to use the same research object by renewing the research period and make the new research model on stock returns using the other independent variable. So, thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning.
Okay, thank you very much for Ms. Niken Anindita Murthy for the presentation. Okay, I will remind another participant, any one of you who wants to ask the question.
Which included various technical effects of viruses, and then worms, and then hacker attacks. The analysis of topics per day shows that there has been a steady increase in recent years related to scientific articles on the topic of data security. There is only a small number of articles discussing deceptive activity, while the industry faces rising number of this type of information system hacks. And most information system security articles address preventive research as the most commonly discussed security research, which are then followed by detection and response. And in the conclusion and conclusion, we arrange that deceptive and social engineering are fraud techniques that have become increasingly popular for the last few years. However, the number of articles on this topic is still few and far between in recent years. Research on this topic is urgently needed along with the increasing use of the internet. The study is recommended for future researchers to address many types of deceptive activity in digital environment. I think now maybe I can give inspiration from all of you. Thank you very much for the time, Miss Lina. I will stop soon.
Okay, thank you, Bu Afrida. Okay, since there were 3 presenters who have delivered their presentation, and now it is time to discussion session. And there's a question. There's a question in a chat box for Miss Agustina and Tim. And the question is, what is related with your article title of the dynamics of tax incentive? Only the change of the regulation. Maybe Miss Agustina, Ms. Suci, or Mr. Budi, who wants to answer the question from Ms. Anting. Hello, Mr. Budi, Ms. Agustina, or Ms. Suci?
Okay, thank you for okay.
Miss Lina,
Yeah.
can you ulang?
You can answer directly.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is related with your big title about dynamic aspect incentive and the change of the regulation? The answer is yes. the dynamics of the regulation is it's disesuaikan. I'm sorry. Is matched by the condition of outbreaks after pandemic outbreaks. Maybe Ms. Agustina want to explore next here.
Okay, I want to edit an answer. The dynamic in our research is not only about regulation, but it accommodates about the phenomena that changes during the pandemic. So the government should make a new regulation to accommodate about the phenomena, and they change regulatory from PMK 23, PMK 44, and the last one is PMK 86. For SMS in PMK 23 is not accommodated in this PMK, so it changed about it changed with PMK 44, so it can accommodate about the phenomena that during the pandemic, because the SMS
Okay, Miss Antin, how about
Ibu Rodia, are you ready to present your work? I think Ms. Rodia is still prepare the presentations. Okay, we will move to the next presenter. It's my study with Prof. Yabri Indartono and Ms. Arum Darmawati. It's about the role of organization support in the protein carrier. So I will present my work by myself, yeah, to this room. Okay, wait, I will share my screen. Okay, the title of our study is about the role of organizational support in the protein carrier. I'm sorry. Okay. Current global development encourage changes in career management. How introduce a new career concept called the protein carrier, which is a process where individuals manage and determine their own ideal values about the career they want to achieve. This concept was different from the traditional career view. Organizations no longer determine the career, but the employees themselves do. protein career is considered as an important aspect in the dynamic of organizational management because it affects individual success. Various studies of the protein career discuss its impacts, but do not mention the antecedents that might influence protein career. Okay, protein career are divided into three major topics, namely the protein career concept, the protein career orientations, and the protein career path. The rapid changes marked by technology and globalizations have given rise to term gig economy, which is characterized by more frequent career changes and the existence of virtual jobs. A person with a high protein career will tend to be independent and strive to achieve his career goals. Friedman explained that the current millennial generations has certain political values and views. A survey conducted by Deloitte reported that 49% of millennials changes jobs in their first 2 years. The survey involved 3,416 millennial respondents, include 300 respondents in Indonesia. This shows that the current millennial generations has a high protein career because they economy. Millennials are millennials tend to expect organizations that can support what they want. This indicates that the perceptions of organization support received by employees is an important factor in the protein career, especially in the millennial generations. When employees get support for what they believe or want, they are more likely to be more motivated to achieve those goals. Supelli and Creed state that individuals who has a protein career mindset will try to control their career and try to seek self-development. In other words, when they get valuable support from organizations, someone will tend to be more motivated to take control of their career and develop themselves. Therefore, the researchers believe that the perceptions of organizational support has positive effect on protein career. Okay. Protein career are considered to be intrinsic, while perceptions of organizational support are extrinsic factors. To clarify that mechanisms of the relationship between the two, this study includes organizational commitment as moderating variable. Organizational commitment is the desire of employees to maintain a relationship with the organizations. Poon states that individuals with high organizational commitment will be willing to give extra effort in the organizations. When someone has a high organizational commitment, they have a bond with the organizations that will encourage the individuals to develop themselves. Therefore, the presence of high organizational commitment is believed to increase the effect of perceived organizational support on protein career. This study used quantitative approach. The sampling technique used in this research is purposive sampling. The criteria used in this study are millennial employees with an age range about 25 and 40 years. This study used 240 respondents from various industries. The questionnaire in this study used an instrument that had been previously developed and translated into Indonesian. The research instrument related to the protein career was adopted from Quaidlock by Hall. Perception of organizational support instrument was developed by ICEBESS, Solo, and Davis Lamastro. Organizational commitment instrument was developed by Meyer and Allen. Based on the results of statistical analysis, the perceptions of organizational support has positive and significant effect on the protein career. Organizations always strive to always encourage employees' career success because they can contribute to the organizations. In the midst of the current uncertainty, organizational support can reduce a sense of uncertainty for employees. With the support provided by the organizations, individuals will feel they have the resources that they will use to achieve career success. Based on the result of data analysis, organizational commitment does not moderate the effect of perceived organizational support on the protein career. However, the results show that the organizational commitment has positive effect on protein career. This indicates that organizational commitment is seen as predictor of protein career and not as moderator. Okay, thank you. That is our study about the role of organizational support in the protein career, and this is the end of the first sessions of panel presentations. And since there were 3 presenters who had delivered the presentations, it is time for discussion sessions. We will divide the sessions into 2 parts. First, 10 minutes for questions and answer, and 5 minutes for reviewer comments. So we have Dr. Samsudin Wahab as our reviewer. Dr. Samsudin Wahab. Sorry.
Yes, I am here. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Dr. Samsudin Wahab, you can give comment in the end of question and answer sessions after I read the question from the participant. So I will check the chat box. There is okay. First, I will read the first questions.
Okay. First question for the first presenter, why you choose postgraduate teacher from Dr. Samsudin Wahab? Second question from Professor Setiabudi Indartono, PhD. Are there any information and or indicator of your research result of the specific subject of the most enjoyable teacher? And to second presenter, only one question is based on your interview with micro entrepreneurs. What do you think are the biggest threat to their business? Please, from the first presenter, Dr. Anita and at all, from answer the 2 questions. All time is.
Okay, we had chosen postgraduate teachers because we felt that these teachers, means we are teaching MBA, so we felt MBA teachers or all the postgraduate, let it be engineering or any other field, it would be easier for the means we would like to know what is their stress level, because we get students who will be joining business or who will be joining companies, so they have different dreams. So are we able to cope up with those things? Because any questions which arise, it will be every time new situation, new things. So we felt we'll be able to do it. So we had postgraduate teachers in our mind. That was one of the reasons, we can say. And when we talk about most enjoyable teacher, we mean to say, does a teacher enjoy teaching? Because when there is more of stress, we feel little painful. But what we have seen is male teachers, when we consider in terms of experience, we found that male teachers were little less enjoying, but when it came to female, they were enjoying more. That is what we have found out. But when we combine both of them, we can say they had enjoyed. Both felt that teaching was enjoyable.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anita, for your answer. Okay, we will move to the next question from Setiabudi Indartono. To to Dr. Anita, are there any information or indicator of your research result of specific subject of the most enjoyable teachers?
For that only, I just given an answer that we had used some statistical techniques, but where we found out that male teachers, the significance I have given here, just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anita. Okay, for the second presenter, there's one question based on the interview with micro entrepreneurs. What do you think are the biggest threats to their business?
Okay, thank you from Ms. Wahyu Lestari. From your questions, I will try to answer your questions. Based on my interview with micro entrepreneurs, I found the biggest threat that I found is uncertainty, because due COVID-19, there is impact on business conditions, and there are uncertainty. So I think micro entrepreneurs have to long strategy after pandemic. So I think micro entrepreneur can survive in pandemic and after pandemic, and I think the uncertainty will be done if micro entrepreneur have long-term strategy. I think that's all my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nurul Invita. Since there were no questions for my study, we will move to the next sessions of panel sessions, presentations. I will invite Ms. Ratno Sugiyarti or Ms. Erika Febrianti to present and deliver.
Yes, can you hear my voice?
Okay, you can present or deliver your presentations about balance determinant of international payments, a comparison study between Indonesia and Malaysia. You may present your presentations now. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. This is my paper with my team, and the presenter of our team is going to be Ms. Erika Febrianti. So if there are any questions, it will be direct me towards me, and the presenter will be Erika Febrianti. So please, Erika.
Yes. I think I have a problem. Ms. Ratno, can you share my screen? Because I think I have a signal problem.
I have sent. Ms. Adin Agustina, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'll start my presentation at 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I started my presentation, I would like to send the warmest greeting to Dr. Samsud Wahab and the another committee of the ACoMC 2021. Okay, so let me present our paper with the title Determinant of International Balance of Payment, a comparison between Indonesia and Malaysia. Next, Ms. Ratno. So we have 4 main topics to this. First of all is the introduction, and then the second one is method, and then the results, and last is the analysis and the conclusion. Next. So we are known that globalization has become the most huge topic for a quite long time. This situation makes one and another country is ineffectively open their economy and carry out their trading activities with other countries to fulfill their domestic demand. Next. And in 2008, there are subprime mortgage that happened in US that brings the global economic downturn due to this interplaying open economic system. So the impact is shocks not experienced to the other. The impact is shocks experienced to the other countries' economy, especially that the country that carry out many trade activity with US, and in this case, bring the external imbalance that might bring on another bad impact to the country. So that the IBOP can be used as an indicator to assess country's external balance. So in slide 5, we know that based on reference to on my paper, IBOP was defined as a statement or a report summary that includes the entire transaction performed by residents of a country with other residents from another countries recorded in a certain manner and period. So IBOP had two categories economic transaction. First are current account and the other is capital and financial account. The total difference will make the foreign exchange reserves in the form of a surplus if it's positively valued or deficit if it is negatively valued. Next, Miss. So why Malaysia both? It is because both of country, Indonesia and Malaysia, has many similarity from the open economy system, and we are on the same region, which is ASEAN, and we are also have a same floating exchange rate system. So based on the picture beside, it is very interesting when Indonesia foreign exchange reserves was always under Malaysia, but there was a crossing and Indonesia outperformed Malaysia until the end of research time. So what actually affect this IBOP? Therefore, we carry out this study in the long terms and short term to see the impact of monetary variables impact on IBOP. Next, Miss. Yeah, so this is what they say about monetary approach. So basically, the monetary approach see that monetary as a phenomenon that assumes the autonomous national output, hence it could influence the stability of the balance of payment calculation. Next, Miss. Oh, yeah. So this is the method that we use to collect the data and then start to proceed them. And also there is description between independent variables to dependent variables. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah, this is the model that we started from the function, say that the foreign exchange reserves, which is the proxy of IBOP, is a function of a standard exchange rate, foreign exchange rate, inflation, and GDP growth. And we have two models that explain the function in short and long term. Variable ECT means one is error correction terms or the value of the lag error of the equation, and the delta is the first difference indicates the short term relationship of a model. Next, Miss. And here we are. We finally found the results of the research. On the left was the result in long terms, and the opposite show the results in short terms. I will explain it further on the next slide, Miss. Next, please. Yeah. First, we talk about the long-term model between two countries. First, there are only two variables that have significant effect on Indonesia's foreign exchange reserves. There are foreign exchange rate and inflation. And in the bottom, Malaysia also has two variables that have a significant effect on Malaysia's foreign exchange reserves, which is a standard interest rate and foreign exchange rate. Overall, both for Indonesia and Malaysia, the foreign exchange rate the foreign exchange reserves in long term is influenced by the foreign exchange rate. Next, Miss. Now we move to the short-term model. There is only variable foreign exchange rate that change the impact on the short terms. It has negative and significantly influenced the Indonesia's foreign exchange reserves, but foreign exchange rate still influence negatively and significantly on the foreign exchange reserves Malaysia. So from the ECD coefficient, both for Indonesia and Malaysia is significant statistically. So we can say that the model specification used for the study is valid. Next, Miss. So here the analysis first. Both for Indonesia and Malaysia, the foreign exchange risk the long-term is influenced by the foreign exchange rate, in which both countries will have a different and significant effect on foreign exchange reserves as the proxy of international balance of payment in both of countries. And the second is Indonesia in short term shows that foreign exchange rate influence negatively toward foreign exchange reserves. Another difference shows that in the inflation variable is no longer significant in influencing the foreign exchange reserves. Malaysia in short terms still show that foreign exchange rate impact the foreign exchange reserves negatively and significantly. Variable of standard interest rate is no longer significantly affect the foreign exchange reserves. Last, Indonesia in short term from variable ECT coefficient show that the independent variable adjusts the dependent variable for 0.95% in one period and reaches 100% at the period of 4 to 5, 6. Meanwhile, Malaysia that the independent variable adjusts the dependent variable for 24.13% in one period and reach 100% at the period of 414. Next, Miss. So this is the conclusion for the perspective of the short and long terms. It is found that the factor for IBOP for Indonesia and Malaysia is variable the foreign exchange rate. So therefore, maintaining the stability of the foreign exchange rate for both countries is a must. The central bank of both countries must be able to prepare for every worst possibility from the foreign currency appreciation toward local currency to have less impact on the existing IBOP. So here we are at the last slide. I think that is enough from me. I'm sorry if I made a mistake. Thank you for all your attention.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Erika and Ms. Ratno for the presentations. That was an interesting presentations. Okay, we have last presenter, Ms. Rodia. Are you ready to present your work? Do you want to present it by yourself?
Okay.
Are there any things that will present? Okay, thank you. Ms. Rodia, you have 10 minutes to present your work. You can deliver your presentations now. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you share my PPT? My PowerPoint, can you share?
You can send it to chat box and we will help you to share your PPT.
Kalau misalnya buku anak kecil, buku Pak Uji, buku anak usia dini yang full color, maka nggak boleh menggunakan terbitas yang ini sudah terlalu menyerap kita. Nantinya akan blok warnanya ini. Jadi dari awal tuh sudah kita tentukan. Nah ini teman-teman desain dan teman-teman editor, insya Allah kita bantu Bu ya. Mau pilih fontnya Arial ya.
Can you see my PPT?
It's still loading, I think.
Can you see my PPT? Okay.
Not yet, Ms. Rodia. Your PPT is still loading.
I share my email to their committee, to my PPT. I share the committee, my PPT. Can you help me?
Okay, I will communicate with the committee.
Okay, thank you.
You can also attach your PPT in the chat box. I will present it for you.
Harga kita tentu juga ada pengaruhnya dengan operasi cetak. Semakin banyak operasi cetak, tentu akan membuat harga juga lebih turun ya dibandingkan dengan operasi cetak sedikit.
While we wait, Ms. Georgia present their work or their study, you can fill the attendance form in the chat sections. Please note that there were photo that you have to attach to the form. So you have to take a screenshot or any photos of these sessions and attach it to the form.
Screen.
Morning to all. This is Manigandan from VIT Business School. My topic is the effect is perceived usefulness, online store environment towards our purchase intention, eliminating role of risk factors on online chemical purchase. By the way, we all know the digitalization is coming up in the futures. So we have tested the on company's products so in online purchase by the way of e-commerce site. Introduction at the present, many companies started their own website and started consumers to buy the products online. It is necessary to identify and understand the influence factors, intention of the customers through company's own website. Own website. In the current era, the customers get annoyed and often feel bored due to the monotonous procedures. With the conventional method of selling the chemicals undergoes several procedures and it's challenging for the company. The organizations are continuously working to identify how to reduce customers churn and working on possibilities to attract many new customers. This paper focused on level of acceptance of online chemical selling by the customers. So, review of literature, many others say about the perceived usefulness, online store environments, a risk. The Monso, Dalet, and Reuters says the perceived use is relieve use from any effort during the process of using the technology. Leo and Chong says perceived usefulness improve and individual ability to do their specific task. Voxberg et al. Says the perceived risk and purchase in transaction are mostly used in the futures. Chin et al. Says the online store attributes and purchase intentions are very high in the market. Blackwell et al. Says the perceived use and perceived risk and consumers' decision makings are very highly evaluated in these papers. The Chown and the Chin says the website quality and website brand affect consumers' trust and perceived risk, and it turns consumers' purchase intention. We all know the purchase risk. How they evaluate the risk in the financially and the online payments towards the purchase intention. Thomas et al. Says online website queues is influencing to purchase a product from online. We are our research questions are solving. Does perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness positively affect the customer's purchase intention of online chemicals? Whether online store service, online store atmosphere, online store merchandise, online store navigations affect the customer's purchase intention of chemical through online. Does risk factors play a mediating role between online store environment and purchase intention? These are our research questions. Our research hypothesis: perceived ease of use positively influence online purchase intention. Perceived usefulness positively influence online purchase intention. Online store environment have a positive influence on online purchase intention. Online store environment have a positive influence on mediating role of risk. Risk taken as a mediating role as have a positive influence of on online purchase. These are the framework of our study. Independent variables: perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, online store environment as a taken as a second order data, online store atmosphere, online store navigation, online store service, online store merchandise are the constructs of online store environment. Dependent variables: purchase intention and risk taken as a mediating role. Risk: performance risk, financial risk, payment risk, social risk, delivery risk, psychological risk. These are the risks we have taken as a questionnaires and circulated to the respondents. Methods and analysis: the data was collected by using the structural questionnaire in the form of online Google Forms. All scales items measured from strongly agree to strongly disagree on 5-point Likert scale. The questionnaire containing 62 questions covering all the factors through the online Google form is collected the respondents of various such age groups, genders involved in chemical selling and distribution, and the occupation for the study of online chemical purchase intention. In this study, the partial least square PLS analysis were done for the variables, and the general details of respondent profile were done in SPSS. In the PLS method, hypotheses were evaluated using a simulation of each predicted interactions. In this instance, using a bootstrap methods on the sample. The bootstrap method also helps to reduce the difficulties of using unusual research data. This is the result we got in our study. Out of 211 responses, 63% of are male and 37% are female. Majority of participants, 55.9% are between 21 to 25 years of age. On education background, 78.2% are with graduated degree. The participant profile includes internet experience, have a 38% of experience. The frequency of buying chemical have a 32.2% of once per purchasing a product from online once per a month. Chemical bought through physically have a 25% of 25.1% of bought 2 times in last year. And the online store have a majority 30.8% of participants were not visiting online store. Frequency of visiting online chemical store have a 32.2% of participants visiting the online store less than 1 to 2 per month. Amount of money spent on the chemical have a 48.8% of participants were spent below 5,000. This was the research we are done in a PLS. Online store environment directly to independent.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Manigandan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you still have 1 minute. Okay. You can
Yes.
quickly finish your presentation, please.
Okay. In PLS analysis on the entire sample, one part is not supported data. That is online store environment not not supported for risk. While the remaining parts are significant with the samples H1, H2, H3, H4 are supported. Conclusion. This study was conducted to identify the important factors which influence the acceptance of the online chemical purchase intention of customers. The result of the analysis suggests few important insights to be noted since that it's contributing the most to the purchase intention and gives us the sign of increasing online chemical purchase. The physical store chemical buying is good at its position. Likewise, chemical buying via online is also the surge gradually, and also the number of food falls in the online store is also increased at least 1 to 2%, 2 times per month. Yes, ma'am. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Manikandan, who has present his paper. And now let us invite our next presenter. The next turn is for Miss Ida Ayu Sentosa, Mr. Samsul Anwar, and all the members of the team with the paper entitled Effect of Current Ratio and Return on Equity on Stock Price from Universitas Wiraludra. Any one of the representative of the team will present the paper, please.
Yeah, Miss.
Okay, Muhammad Rizky Alfian. Okay, okay, Muhammad Rizky.
Voice clearly?
Yeah, we can hear your voice clearly, please. Okay, yeah. For the next presenter, will be given to Mr. Muhammad Rizky Alfian with the paper. Its title is Effect of Current Ratio and Return on Equity on Stock Price. Okay, for the next 10 minutes, the time is yours. You can try your share screen, Mr. Rizky Alfian. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Today I will present the effect of current ratio and return on equity on stock price, case study on property and real estate companies listed on LQ45. For the introduction, the condition of the average stock price of property and real estate companies from 2015 to 2020 is fluctuated. Where this was inflected, several fundamental factors assisted for the company's performance, drove the current ratio and return on equity. And this for the data, as you can see, the average stock price is unstable, especially on 2019 to 2020. It's caused, as you know, the COVID-19 is spread out on that year. So the average share price is unstable. And for the literature review, according to Musdalifa Aziz, the stock price is the market price in the real market, and it's the easiest price to determine because the stock price is the price of the ongoing market or if the market closes. So the stock price is the closing price. And for the current ratio, according to Mahmoud Hanafi, current ratio is current ratio that measures a company's ability to meet its short-term debt by using its current ratio. And for the indicator there are two indicators. For the first indicator is current assets, and the second indicator is current liabilities. And the last one is return on equity. According to Sadana, in Nurlia, states return on equity is a ratio that shows the company's ability to generate earning after tax by using the company's own capital. And for the indicator, it's net earning after tax and stockholders' capital. And here's the concept. The current ratio with variable X1 and for the return on equity with variable X2 and the stock price is Y. For the research methodology, we use two methods. The first method is subjects and object. That study is the effect of the current ratio and return on equity on stock price in property and real estate. And the second method is population and research. And for the data collection technique is three techniques. The first technique is descriptive analysis, the second is correlation analysis, and the last one is coefficient of determination. This is the subject of research. What we use, there is PT Bumi Serpong Damai, the second is PT Sumarekon Agung, and the last one is PT Pakuan Jati. Here is for the data. And from the data that what we got, the result is the current ratio has a positive effect on stock price. Because by an increasing in the number of current assets in the form of cash, inventories, and receivables. And the second is for return on equity. It seems like current ratio has a positive effect on stock price. This because the company is considered to be quite effective in utilizing its equity. And the last one is combining about two of method. That is that is mixed about current ratio and return on equity. And both of them is have a positive effect on the stock price. And for the conclusion, and suggestion, I just will explain about the suggestion because the conclusion is already I explained on the result. So for the suggestion, companies need effort to maintain the liquidity current ratio so that companies are take advantage of the use of current ratio. Take advantage of the use of the current asset to finance short-term debt. And for the return on equity suggestion is companies can improve the company's performance in generating profit to encourage investors to invest. And the last suggestion is for both of them. Companies should pay more attention to the company's financial condition, which can be measured using fundamental analysis of financial ratios, current ratios, and return on equity. That's all. Thank you. Enough, Miss.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Muhammad Rizky Alfian, who has presented his paper. And now we continue for the last presenter for this session. We'll go to Miss Nurul Huda Binti Jafni from University Teknologi Mara with the paper entitled Linguistic Styles Accommodation on Social Media Page Postings Towards Customer Engagement During Pandemic, a conceptual paper. Miss Nurul Huda Binti Jafni, are you ready to present your paper? Hello, Miss Nurul Huda, can you hear me? Miss Nurul Huda, excuse me, can you hear me? Hello, Miss Nurul Huda Binti Jafni, are you ready to present your paper, please? Excuse me, Miss Nurul Huda, Can you give any response, please? Can you hear my voice? We can't hear anything from you. Maybe do you have any problems or technical issue? Miss Nurul Huda, I'm sorry. Can you hear my voice, please? Because we can't hear anything from you here. So if you can hear my voice, please give any response. Probably you can write your response in the chat box, please. Okay, I'm sorry. I think Miss Nurul Huda binti Jafni has any problem. Okay, Miss Nurul Huda. Yes, I'm sorry, we can't hear your voice clearly from here. Are you ready to present your paper? Miss Nurul Huda? I'm sorry, we can't hear your voice here. Okay, I'm sorry. I think you have continue with we will continue with the question and yes. I'm sorry. We can't hear your voice clearly from here. I think I will better go with the next presenter, and then you can prepare yourself, and then you can present your paper later. Okay, then I will go for the next presenter for Miss Desi Ramadanti Maulani, Miss Tiara Fitri Rizkiah, Mr. Daryono, and Miss Ainu Nafi from Universitas Wiraloda. Is there any one of you?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, Miss Ainu Nafi. Okay, Miss Ainu Nafi from Universitas Wiraloda will present her paper with the title. Yes. Okay, with the title Impact of Return on Asset and Asset Structure toward the Capital Structure. Okay, for Miss Ainu Nafi from Universitas Wiraloda, for the next 10 minutes, the time is yours. You can try your share screen, please.
Okay, Miss, thank you. No. Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, sorry, Miss. Okay. Hello, good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Ainun Afi. I'm from Universitas Wiraloda, and I was on my 3rd semester. This is such an honor for me to join these conferences, and glad to see you all today. I hope you can enjoy the topic that I will bring today. So today I'd like to share with you the impact of ROA, or return on asset, and asset structure toward capital structure. So first I'm going to present the research background. Did you know funding decision related to company finance should be decided with good consideration? And why the company finance funding decision should be decided with good consideration? Because it can impact the size of cost must be borne by the company. Funding sources the company get come from internal sources or external sources. Because directly the capital structure decision will impact the condition and value of company and determine the company ability to survive and develop. The capital structure factor used in this research are asset structure and profitability. Next, I have literature review. In the literature review, I have three variables. There are capital structure with Y as the variable, return on asset with X1 as the variable, and asset structure with X2 as the variable. According to Dr. Sutrisno, capital structure is a balance between foreign capital or debt with own capital. And according to Dr. Sutrisno, return on asset is measured of the company ability to generate profit with all assets owned by the company. And asset structure, according to Lukman Samsudin, asset structure is determinant of how much fund allocated for each component of assets, both in current asset or fixed assets. And next, this correlation between variables. I will explain the impact of ROA toward capital structure. Every company always make a serious effort to maintain the value of ROA to stay high. Why? Because the higher of the value of ROA, this shows that the company able to manage the asset well. The company that able to operate the value of ROA will give the impact of reducing debt to other parties. According to Samsudin, return on asset is ratio that used to measure the company ability to use the asset functions or to get profit. It can be said the higher ROA value, the better company performances. And also we have other correlation between variable which you can see by yourself. And next I have the thinking frame. As we can see, there are three variables. There are ROA with X1 as the variable, asset structure with X2 as the variable, and capital structure with Y as the variable. And in the sections, I will tell you the research object and method that I use of this research. The object of this research, the object of research is the variable of concern in the study. The object of the research that will be studied is the return on asset structure, and capital structure at PT Nusa Persada Tbk. This research is more focused on the financial part in the form of a balance sheet and income statement of the company. Also, I have research method that I use is descriptive method and associative method. There is data analysis technique plan. First, descriptive analysis, correlation analysis, and the coefficient of determination analysis. And I have the result and discussion. The result of the analysis obtained from the effect of return on asset on the capital structure can be categorized in the moderate category and have a positive direction due to increase in account payable and account receivable to third parties. The second, the result of the analysis obtained from the influence of the asset structure on the capital structure can be categorized in the high category and have a positive direction due to the increase in current assets at PT Nusa Persada. The third, the result of the analysis obtained from the effect of return on asset structure can be categorized in the high category and have a positive direction to the increase in current assets, payables, and receivable to third parties. And also we have the conclusion. First, the condition of capital structure from 2015 until 2020 have increased and decreased due to fluctuation in total debt and total capital. The second, the condition of return on asset from 2015 until 2020 has increased and decreased due to fluctuation in net income and total assets. The third, the condition of asset structure from 2015 until 2020 has increased and decreased due to fluctuation in the current assets and fixed assets. The fourth, the result of the single correlation analysis of ROA on the capital structure and the result of the coefficient analysis of determination of return on assets on capital structure. The return on asset has a moderate relationship and has a positive direction on the capital structure caused by the increase in accounts payable and account receivable to third parties at PT Nusa Persada Sat. And the fifth, the result of the multiplies correlation analysis of the asset structure on the capital structure and the result of the coefficient analysis of determination of the asset structure on the capital structure. the asset structure has a high relationship direction and has a positive direction on the capital structure caused by an increase in current assets at PT Nusa Persada Sat. The sixth, or the last one, the result of the single correlation analysis of return on assets to the structure of asset and the result of the analysis of the coefficient of determinations of return on assets and the structure of asset on the capital structure obtain return on assets and asset structure has a high direction of relationship and has a positive direction on the capital structure caused by the increase in current assets, account payable and account receivable at PT Nusa Persada Sat. And I have a suggestion for the company. It is hoped that the Sat Nusa Persada pays more attention to and streamlines asset structure management, maximizing the management of return on assets from its operational activities in order to provide even greater profits so that the company can maintain its viability. And it is hoped that PT Nusa Persada can maximize the capital structure properly and effectively in order to get the result of a capital structure that always increase and develop every year. And the second, with a moderate and positive direction in the single correlation analysis between return on assets and capital structure, PT Nusa Persada can furthermore the relationship of these variables so that PT Nusa Persada can manage return on assets better and can improve the condition of return on assets in the company. The third, company must pay attention to the condition of return on assets so that there is no very high decline because return on asset has a large enough impact for the company, because if the return on asset is in good condition, it will provide high profit, and if the return on asset is in a low state, it will have a negative effect, which is not good in operational continuity within the company. And the last one, it is that the company will continue to be consistent and maintain the condition of its capital structure, because the sustainability of the capital of the company is very dependent on the optimal capital structure so that a company can be able to continue to survive and develop much better. And last, this is my last part of my presentation. I would like to say sorry if there is a mistake, and thank you so much for your interest and attention.
Okay, thank you very much for Ms. Ainun Nafi, who has presented her paper. And now we'll go to the question and answer session. Okay, I think we have a question in the chat box. Okay, the question is for Mr. Maniganda. Okay, Mr. Maniganda from VIT Business School. Okay. Yes, the question is from the result of your study. It is found that risk factor positively influence online purchase intention. And what suggestions do you recommend to minimize that kind of risk?
Yes, ma'am. When a risk taken from our study, we have taken a delivery risk, performance risk, psychological risk, and social risk, financial risk, and online payment risk. In customers were aware about the risks in payment and financially, they have how to pay price to product. They will know the risk how this there will be happens, and they have the attention to enclose the interest to focus on purchase, so that they are purchasing a product from online. So they have know their performance risk also. How their chemicals are performed. They know what the chemical he bought or she bought. So that they have performance risk also. Psychologically, they have some psychological ideas. So they means they know they brought the store. If you went to the store and you will collect from the online, offline or online. If we have questions about negatively for not fit for ear products or east products, so that the risk is influenced to purchase online purchase intention.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manigandan, for the response. And I'll go to the next question. It is for Ms. Ainun Nafi. Okay, there's a question for you. Since the result of your study found a positive influence on return on assets on the capital structure, what should be done by the company to manage return on asset effectively?
or Dr. Retina? No? Okay, if they are not joining with us, let's move to the next presenter. The next presenter is Ibu Amelia Ibu Amelia Ayu and Ibu Patriani. They will deliver the presentation, and the article title is The Effect of Heuristic Hedging Behavior and Financial Literacy on Investment Decision. Halo Ibu Amelia or Ibu Patriani, are you joining with us?
Yes, I'm joining.
Okay. You have 10 minutes to presenting your article, Ibu.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Ibu Isroha MSI as a reviewer, and the Honorable Ibu Lina Nur Hidayati MM as a chairman, and the Honorable Ibu Bapak and all participants in this event. First, thank you for the opportunity that given to me to present my presentation or my paper with the title The Effect of Heuristic, Hedging Behavior and Financial Literacy on Investment Decision. Before it, let me introduce myself. My name is Amelia Ayu Pratiwi. I'm from Faculty of Economic Yogyakarta State University. Okay, I will explain about the background of this research. First, talk about financial planning that given more profit in this condition, one way with investment. All the moment investment is more likely or more desirable, some people with goals get profit from the investment. But there are many factors that influence investment decision making. The three indicators are used to measure their impact on investment decision made by investor. Loss aversion reflect an investor who tend to be more willing to face risk after getting a profit, and if experiencing losses, investors tend to avoid risk. Furthermore, one of them is heuristic and hedging behavior. Heuristic are practical instruction to facilitate information processing in decision making and speed up individuals in making decisions. Hedging behavior is one approach that is used to determine investor behavior, where investors tend to follow the decision of others in making investment decisions. For example, of case of investor behavior that are influenced by psychological factors are the case of Garuda Indonesia financial statement, which are considered detrimental to investor. The sort of this case when Garuda Indonesia released the financial statement that show getting profit, so make an investor interest to invest, but in the fact financial, it can be concluded that Garuda Indonesia financial statement were manipulated, thus showing its beautiful financial condition and increasing profits. This condition can be detrimental to investor because often investor only use practical instructions such as media reports. So investors tend to panic in making investment decision without wanting to find out more about the information. And then investment decision can also be influenced by other factors, namely financial literacy, because these factors are fundamental factors that are required in a well financial management. Therefore, researchers are interested in conducting further research and proving how psychological factors and financial literacy can influence the investment decision-making process. And next, in this research, there are problem formulation and research objective. The first one about problem formulation is does heuristic have a positive effect on investment decision? And the second one is, does hedging behavior have a positive effect on investment decision? And the third one is, does financial literacy have a positive effect on investment decision? And the next, this is a literature review in this research. There are four variables. There is 3 variable X and 1 variable Y. And the first one, variable X, is investment decision. In investment decision, there are three categories. The first one is regret aversion, the second one is loss aversion, and the third one is mental accounting. And then there is a heuristic with 4 categories, and herding behavior, there are 4 categories, and the last, financial literacy, there are 4 categories too. And next, this is a research paradigm. There are 3 hypotheses. The first hypothesis is the effect of heuristic. There is a positive effect of heuristic on investment decision, and then the hypothesis 2, there is a positive effect of herding behavior on investment decision, and the third hypothesis is there is a positive effect of financial literacy on investment decision. Okay, this is a research method. Research type in this research is a quantitative research. Data collection technique is primary data with a questionnaire. And then research time and place. Research time in December until January 2020, and the place in Yogyakarta. Sampling technique, non-probability sampling technique with purposive sampling method. And then about population and samples. The population is the Indonesian capital market investor in the Yogyakarta region, and the sample criteria is an investor who have and are currently investing in the Indonesian capital market with a minimum age of 17. And then the research instrument use validity test and reliability test. About analysis technique is use PLS or partial least square. This is a pet coefficient result that we know about. The result is the third of hypothesis is this is a result. The first one about hypothesis 1 is heuristic have a positive effect on investment decision, and the second one about hypothesis 2, herding behavior has a positive effect on investment decision, and the last hypothesis, financial literacy, has a positive effect on investment decision. Okay, I will explain about the conclusion of this research is a heuristic have a positive effect on investment decision. Heuristic influence investor in processing information in making investment decision. The higher the heuristic by investor in processing investment information, the higher their investment decision making is based on heuristic. The second one about herding behavior has a positive effect on investment decision. From investor investment decision that depend on other investor decision, investor react more quickly to change in other people's decision investing. Besides, investor also prefer to buy stock if many stock are ordered since the beginning of trading. The last one about the hypothesis 3, the conclusion is financial literacy has a positive effect on investment decision. The higher the level of investor financial literacy, the better the investment decision they make. Good financial literacy in the study is shown by a good understanding of basic knowledge of finance, insurance, savings, and loans and investment. Thank you. This is our presentation. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Miss Amelia. And now we move to the last presenter. The last presenter is Mr. Alwan Hari Prakoso. Hello, Alwan.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. You have 10 minutes to presenting your article, Alwan.
Okay. Thanks for the time given to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity that given to me to present my paper. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Alwan Hari Prakoso. I am from Faculty of Economic Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. On this occasion, I will present my paper entitled The Effect of Financial Literacy, Risk and Trust on Interest in Using Financial Technology Studies on Communities in Sleman Regency. sorry, I close my PowerPoint.
Okay. Do you have any difficulties to share your screen, Alwan?
I will share screen. Okay, I'm sorry for the problem. And then next background from this research is the number of companies based on financial technology from 2013 until 2017 saw a significant increase. It was only 7% in 2006 until 2007 and increasing every year and reached 78% in 2017. But research conducted by OJK in 2019 showed that the financial literacy index of Indonesian people was at 38.03%. This figure is still low category because the level of financial literacy is considered low if the result of the study show number below 60%. Then this become interesting. Why with the rapid increasing number of user fintech, but the literacy level is still in low? Does literacy affect fintech? Then according to Purnamasari in his research, said that 50.9% of people are afraid to use e-money financial services because they are afraid of the security of user data. This shows that there are still many people who don't want to use fintech because of the risk. In addition, the result of study that conducted by Purnamasari show that people don't believe in fintech application itself. Such a research conducted by Kotrunada, which found trust has a positive effect on a person's interest in using fintech services. And previous research relate to the factor that influence person's interest in using fintech services have shown inconsistent results. So I am interested in conducting further research. I am conducted a study on the influence of financial literacy, risk, and trust on interest in using financial technology, study on communities in Sleman Regency. The purpose of this research is for knowing the effect of financial literacy on interest using fintech and knowing the effect of risk on interest using fintech. And the number 3 is knowing the effect of trust on interest using fintech. Then the literature review. This research consists of 3 variables independent, namely financial literacy, risk, and trust, and 1 variable dependent, namely interest in using financial technology. Interest is a state when someone wants to do a certain action. Interest is a person desire to perform a certain behavior. Then financial literacy. According to the Financial Services Authority, financial literacy is a knowledge, skill, and belief that influence a person's attitude and behavior to improve the quality of decision making and financial management. Then the it's a technology acceptance model is a model of acceptance of information technology that will be used by users. Technology acceptance model has 5 constructs or aspects, namely perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, attitude toward behavior, behavioral intention, and behavior or actual technology use. And then risk can be interpreted as the occurrence of unwanted uncertainty or loss after carrying out certain action. Risk can affect someone in making decisions. When someone knows that the fintech they will use has risk, then it can affect person's attitude in using fintech, which is accordance with TAM theory, namely attitude toward behavior. Then trust is one of the determination of perceived usefulness, especially in the field of electronic services, which in this study are fintech services. Therefore, trust is at the same level as perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use in TAM theory. This research is quantitative research for sampling technique using non-probability sampling technique with purposive sampling method. For data collection technique using questionnaire, the questionnaire consists of 38 questions. All variables in the study were measured using Likert scale. The population used in the study were people in Sleman Regency who have never used fintech services. This research was conducted in February 2020 in Sleman Regency. This research instrument test using validity test and reliability test. The validity test using Pearson product moment, and the result of the validity test show that all items in this question indicate the value of loading factor is greater than 0.5 and error count is greater than a table, so that all statement items are declared false. And the reliability test using Cronbach alpha, and the reliability test show that the instrument is reliable. Then for the classical assumption, this research using 4 classical assumption tests: normality test, linearity test, multicollinearity test, and heteroscedasticity test. And this research passed the 4 classical assumption tests. Next, the result of the partial test in this research. So the result of T-count on hypothesis 1 is 5.108 and the level of significance is 0.0. So there is a positive influence of financial literacy on interest in using fintech. And then the result of T-count on hypothesis 2 is negative 5.428 and the level of significance is 0.0. So there is a negative effect on risk on interest in using fintech. Then the result of T-count on hypothesis 3 is 6.509 and the level of significance is 0.0. So there is a positive influence.
Sorry, Alwan, you only have 2 minutes to present your article.
Oh, yeah, in using fintech. And next, the value of coefficient of determination is 0.44. This means that 44.4% of the variables of interest in using fintech are influenced by financial literacy, risk, and trust, while the remaining 55.6% is influenced by other factors not analyzed in this study. So based on the result of the research, it can be concluded that financial literacy has positive effect on interest in using fintech. Risk has negative effect on interest in using fintech, and trust has a positive effect on interest in using fintech. As suggestion, fintech service providers are expected to continue provide education to the public regarding financial literacy with those who have the authority, so that the people can take advantage to use financial service wisely. Fintech services providers are also expected to improve user security to provide a sense of security for users when using fintech services. Fintech service providers are also expected to increase public trust in fintech services, which aim to increase public interest in using fintech. Further researchers can develop this research with other methods by adding other variables that have not been used in this study. That is all my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alwan and Amelia. It was a very interesting presentation. Okay, and since there were 2 presenters who had delivered their presentation, it's time for discussion session. Is there any question from other participants? Before I invite our viewer to give some comment. No? Okay, if there are no questions from other participants, now I will invite Mrs. Isroah to give comments for our last 2 presenters. Mrs. Isroah, time is yours.
Thank you, Miss Lina. First, the paper from Mbak Amelia Ayu. Mbak Amelia, and then this paper not yet How many population?
For the sample is 100, ma'am.
Okay. Populationnya how many? How much population?
For population is all investor in Yogyakarta, but the sample is 100.
Investor in Yogyakarta, how many?
Because investor in Yogyakarta is so many, and we can calculate from investor, and a minimum year is 17. So we use only 100 samples for this research.
Oh, what use technique sampling in this research?
For sampling technique is use non-probability sampling with purposive sampling method.
Oh, what criteria?
Okay. For criteria in the sample is investor who have and are currently investing in the Indonesian capital market with a minimum age is of 17.
Si nom-nom no Mbak iki.
Yeah, minimum 17.
Lah yes. How many? It's 17.
For the detail of how many age can fulfill my questionnaire is beragam ya, ma'am. There is a S2 can fulfill my questionnaire. There is a college student can fulfill anyone invest.
Good. The final this paper and conclusion and suggestion. What suggestion in this research?
Okay, for suggestion of this research, there is a 3 suggestion, ma'am. The first one for further research is the distribution of sample in data collection should be more leveled. So the research results are more varied with different respondent backgrounds. So the research result can better reflect and be interpreted better.
Suggestion is from based on the result.
Yes.
Okay, this paper at your suggestion. Ini limitation and further study. Where is suggestionnya?
Sorry, ma'am. And my journal international, I not given suggestion, but I fulfilled a limitation.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you, Mbak Ayu.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Yeah. The second paper, final paper. Sampai ini Mas Alwan. Oke, Mas Alwan. How many population in the research?
The respondent is 190.
190?
Yeah, 190. Sample of this research.
No. Populationnya?
Population is people in Sleman Regency.
How many?
It is
which you sample based on?
The people in Sleman Regency is 1.2 million.
Oh. One? Oh, very much. And populationnya how many sampelnya?
Sample is 190.
What technique sampling?
Technique sampling is using a non-probability sampling.
Oh, what you choose, classify sampling or purposive sampling or others? And these people not yet right. Okay. How many? Okay. This paper conclusion and suggestionnya. Okay. I'm sorry. This is papernya Amelia. Didelok paper wong iki. Oke. Metode sudah. Metode conclusion. Oke, enough. Thank you, Mas Alwan dan Bulina. Ya.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Isroa. And this is the end of our parallel presentation. As the chairman of this session and also a representative of the committee, I would like to thank you for the and for your participation. Before we leave the parallel session, I invite you to open your camera and the committee will take the photos for our documentation.
Sing moto sapa?
I will do the documentation. Probably more people can open the camera, please. Okay, I'll start with the first page. Okay, now let me do with the second one. Okay, done. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Tiara. And we would like to invite you to join the second parallel session after lunch break. The session will be start at 1 p.m. You also join the closing ceremony after the end of the second session. Okay, thank you for all participants and we would welcome any advice to help us improve the next event. See you again in ICEBESS 2022. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, everybody.
See you
again.
See you. Much for the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, participants and presenters for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is lunch break, and the second plenary session will be held at 1 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is lunch break, and the second plenary session will be held at 1 p.m. All participants can join meeting 30 minutes before the second panel session begins. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is lunch break, and the second plenary session will be held at 1 p.m. All participants can join meeting 30 minutes before the second panel session begins. Thank you.
Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. effort, it will be found in fighting for what you believe in. Dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. And change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. About finding yourself, life is about creating yourself. From failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. The meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. We understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. future. Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. what you believe in. Dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. And change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. From failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. The meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. We understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. my own future. Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you. Your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. what you believe in. Dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. And change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. About finding yourself, life is about creating yourself. From failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. The meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. We understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Surrounding environment. own future. Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. comfort, it will be found in fighting for what you believe in. Dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. And change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. About finding yourself, life is about creating yourself. From failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. The meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. We understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Surrounding environment. own future. Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. be found in comfort. It will be found in fighting for what you believe in. Dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. And change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. About finding yourself, life is about creating yourself. From failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. And share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. We understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. future. Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good, get better, be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. On our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. and fighting for what you believe in. Dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. And change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. From failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. Share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. We understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. create my own future. Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you. Your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. heart, it will be found in fighting for what you believe in. Dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. And change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. From failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. Share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. We understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Surrounding environment. create my own future. Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. fighting for what you believe in. Dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. And change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. From failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. The meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. We understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Surrounding environment. own future. Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. On our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can.
Mohon dicek setiap room apakah chairman dan juga reviewernya sudah hadir. Room 1 sudah klop. Room 2 oke lengkap. Room 3 oke IT supportnya. Mbak Ratna, IT-ne support sinten? Gini Mbak Ratna. Tempatmu. Pertama, ya. Mbak Yeni bukan ya?
Your best life will not be
lagi
found
sholat.
in comfort. It will be found in fighting for what
Kelompok
you
2 sudah ada
believe
Pak
in.
Arwan.
All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. Change your thoughts and change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Life isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. You learn more from failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. We learn, understand, and share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall. But we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. In this campus, we understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. environment. And I will create my own future. Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the second panel session is about to start. For the presenters, please join your room based on guidebook. And all participants, you can choose any room you want by using the breakout room feature. If you don't know how to use it or can't find the button, please rename your name to include the room number you want to enter. Please set your username to R and number of room underscore complete name. For example, R01 underscore Ratna Yudiati. Host will put you into the room of your choice. For the participant, you can choose the room that you're interested in. There are 3 rooms for ICEBESS. First, about economic, and second room about education, and third room about business. And there are 2 rooms for ACoMC, consists of human resources and entrepreneurship, and the last room, marketing management. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the parallel presentation session of ACoMC 2021, hosted by Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. My name is Penny Rahmawati. I am from Management Department of Faculty of Economics, and I'm the chairperson for the parallel presentation session in room 5 with marketing management. Today, we're having a wonderful opportunity to share our idea and study result with interested audience. Each of you is skilled individuals with various backgrounds, and I'm pretty sure that you can provide advice or opinion to help your fellow presenter to improve his or her study. I hope that each you can obtain the most benefit from this session. I would like to welcome our reviewer, Mr. Mustafa, Master of Science. He is a lecturer from Department of Economics, Education Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Hopefully, he can give us some insight, full comments, and advice to develop the quality of our paper. Well, before we start our session, I would like to inform you the rules of our parallel presentation session. The first, please prepare your presentation media. We advise you to use Microsoft PowerPoint or other similar Office application to create your presentation media. However, you are free to use other presentation media as long as you are sure that there will not be any technical issues during your presentation. This session will be divided into two parts. For each part of the session, there will be 4 and 3 presenters who have the opportunity to deliver their presentation. The presenters will have 10 minutes to deliver your presentation. When there are only 2 minutes remain in your allocated time, I will remind you by voice. So I apologize if I may disturb you during your presentation. I have the right to cut your presentation if you exceed your allocated time. You will share your presentation media by using your own computer, and there we have a panel discussion session after 4 and 3 presenters had delivered their presentation. The discussion will be held for 10 minutes. Participants who want to ask questions or contribute the discussion need to write down the name of the presenter they want to ask, accompanied by question in the chat box. Participants will be permitted to write down the question during the presentation. As the chairperson, I retain the right to choose which question to deliver to the respective presenters. And participants are permitted to deliver their question or idea personally by using the voice feature provided that the chairperson allows them. Okay. All presenters need to fill the attendance form. The link will be shared in at the end of the session. Yes, those are the rules of the parallel session in session 2 today. Now, let us start our presentation session. I'll check first which presenters attendant in this room. Yeah, I think the first presenters did did not join that. Okay. I will invite the second presenter, Mr. or Mrs. Archana Binju.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Miss, I'm sorry. Okay. Your article title Factors Influencing Consumer Empowerment on Online Purchasing, is it?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, you have 10 minutes to present. Yeah. Okay, Miss Archana, time is yours.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Let me share a screen, ma'am.
Okay. Please.
Can you get my screen now?
Yes. Yes, it's clear.
Good afternoon, one and all. I'm Dr. Archana Vinju, Professor in Commerce, ICEBESS College, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. And it's my great pleasure to thank the conference team, faculties of economy, and the co-host present university, as well as my institute management at ICEBESS College, giving me and made the opportunity to participate and present the paper on this. My topic is factors influencing consumer empowerment on online purchasing. And let me go with the introduction. The consumer is the king of the market and one who dominates the market and the market trends. So the consumer plays a vital, very important role in the demand and supply chain of every economic system in every nation. The consumer is a decision maker, and now in the economic system as well, everyone has been the consumer and participated in the consumer market. The consumer market is where the consumer has a right and power to make decision spending their money. Like e-commerce driven by internet has significantly changed the way people do shopping, online access, and enable people to bring entire libraries, shopping, stores, and entertainment venues to the desktop and pockets of consumers. Now, the consumers have the liberty to shop at any time and from anywhere through various modes of e-shopping available at the click of a key on their computers, tablets, and mobile phones. And significance of the topic and study is the consumer empowerment on purchasing decision process helps to understand the steps people go through when they are deciding whether and what to buy. Many different factors can influence the outcome of purchasing decision holders. However, in order to have a smooth shopping experience, the factors of e-shopping or online shopping must be surfacing is very significant. And objectives of my study are noted as the research focus on the objectives as that we explore the factors affecting consumers' attitude towards empowering online purchasing. Like next objective was to examine the checkout process, product, and customer review about the services which influence the purchasing intention of the consumers. And research methodology, the paper investigates the factors that affect the consumer's attitude towards empowerment on purchase decision. The study is based on the responses obtained by questionnaire from 120 respondents in Chennai city, and the information was collected and classified on the basis of gender, occupation, age, education, in order to understand the main characteristics of the sample in a better way. Then purposive convenient sampling techniques of non-probability sampling method were used here, and the data were placed to descriptive statistical regression analysis in order to validate the hypothesis. And reliability of test with the prepared test, data were collected from 50 respondents to conduct the test. The compact alpha test was carried out, and overall consistency of the variable is validated, and all alpha values of all independent variables and independent variables were greater than 0.7, which means that all questions in the questionnaires are reliable to be used in this study. And next is my analysis part. For analysis, simple and multiple linear regressions are used for testing hypothesis. The paper takes a perceived quality, brand loyalty, checking process, and consumer reviews or the factors used as variables to test the hypothesis, and these results may classified in two tables. That is, one a summary of simple linear regression analysis for variable predicting. I framed the hypothesis there is no significant relationship between checkout process and consumer review about the services. As from the table, I noted that, and the hypothesis tested with using simple regression analysis, and the result shows the p-value was that is less than 0.05. This means rejecting the null hypothesis alternate and accepting alternate hypothesis as there is a significant impact on customer review about the services. In addition, the standardization coefficient 0.398, which indicates the checkout process of product increases and customer review will increase 39.8%. And coefficient of determinant on R square for simple regression. The coefficient value is that is R square value 0.151 simply means that about 15% of variation in checkout process on service explained by the estimated SRP value and uses a customer review as independent value of R square value in 1% level. And I used multiple linear regression analysis for variable predicting, brand loyalty, checkout process, and customer review with independent value, perceived quality. Here I framed the three hypotheses with us. There is no significant relationship between brand loyalty and perceived quality. And second hypothesis on this, there is no significant relation between checkout process and perceived quality. As third hypothesis, there is no significant relation between perceived quality of product and that is customer review. As well, the hypothesis were tested by multiple regression analysis that the result shows of p-value is less than 0.05 for all three hypotheses, and this means rejecting the null hypothesis as well. That is brand loyalty, checkout process, and customer review has a significant impact on that is perceived quality of product. From this, I found that is feedback from previous buyers seen to influence the online shoppers, as many of the respondents opined that the feedback from previous users distracted the buying decision. Next finding is online shoppers are also concerned about security issues and quality and reliability of information. Factors like checkout process of product increases, review on services will increase by 39.8% while analyzing and testing hypothesis. The standardization coefficient 47%, which indicates the brand loyalty product has a strong influence on that. And checkout process as well, customer review has a significant impact on perceived quality of product. As well, I suggested the study as customers are highly informed about the product dimension, why, and kind of materials are accustomed to going deep into product details once they like it. Here, the marketers are accountable to reach the customer with quality product and detailed product description. If that is checkout process too cumbersome and involving several page redirections, the customers likely to inhabitant of purchase. That is, and customers may accustom with faster services. Like if the customer sees a special icon on a new product and updates in the homepage of marketer, they may help give purchase of product immediately. Instead of having a top-down approach of marketing by the management, made the decision of addition to pay attention, the marketer tried to follow bottom-up approach marketing. These are the suggestions were noted in my study. And I concluded my study as a shift in authority initiated the change of controlling methods. Further, the feedback comes from customers regularly. Then the implementation is done. Power comes from the outright importance of customer for any business. Simultaneously, there are days and nowadays that is, which can spread dissatisfaction for a brand easily, and hence the need of customer empowerment is rising steadily, and customer behavior is the mental and emotional involvement of consumers while buying products. And thank you for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Binju. Yeah, it is interested research. I think you have perceived quality, yeah, and the factors, brand loyalty, checkout process, and customer review. Yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure that there are already some of you who want to ask questions or provide your insight. You can write down in the chat session. Now, I'd like to invite our next presenter, Mas Ricky Effendi. Yeah. Hello, Mas Ricky.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready there?
Yep.
Okay, Mas Ricky. The research title is The Influence of Facebook and Instagram as Social Media Marketing on the Consumptive Behavior of Millennials in Indonesia. Okay, Mr. Ricky, Mas Ricky, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Do you hear my voice, Miss?
Clear and loudly.
Okay. Thank you for the time. I'm Muhammad Ricky Effendi from Yogyakarta State University. Here I present my research with the title, The Influence of Facebook and Instagram as Social Media Marketing on the Consumptive Behavior of Millennials in Indonesia. This title is inspired by the many types of research that are booming on social media marketing in this pandemic era to increase the insight of sellers and small medium enterprise activists around the world to influence consumers' behavior. Consumer behavior itself is a branch of science from microeconomics, which focus on discussing consumer satisfaction theory, consumer behavior theory approach, the law of marginality, and price balance. I want to examine how the influence of information technology in theories of consumer behavior, how big the benefits and the extent of the harmful effects. All right, let us go straight to the introduction section. The development of information technology continues to progress. It has an impact on one's life in this era of globalization. Everything is accessible with advanced technology that continues to develop according to increasingly complex human needs. One of the impacts of the development of information technology is the emergence of electronic marketing or e-marketing. Priyansa stated in her book entitled Integrated Marketing Communication in the Age of Social Media that electronic marketing or e-marketing is the development and implementation of marketing activities carried out with online service and on the use of internet media facilities. So it can be concluded that e-marketing is a new way of marketing that it carried out through computers using a means communication that aims to facilitate the promotion of goods and services in an interactive and real-time manner through the direct communication channels via the internet, reduce marketing costs, and increase the effectiveness of marketing efforts. Next, we go to the second part, namely literature review. First, I will explain the concept of Facebook and Instagram as social media marketing and the four main indicators that I took in my research. As part of the marketing concept, Facebook and Instagram as social media marketing in their application also depend on four critical variables in commercial marketing, often referred to as the marketing mix, including the product, place, price, place or distribution, and promotion. The emergence of online marketing carried out by social media users such as Facebook and Instagram indicate increasingly diverse needs from potential consumers. There is a consumptive culture in society, especially adults who dominate social networking such as Facebook and Instagram. This indicates the entry of Indonesian society, especially adults, into the flow of globalization, where most of them carry out all form of transaction online. This can also indicate a decreased level of awareness and an inability to unreveal all kinds of needs. They are part of life every day, so that in the end, they have consumptive behavior. Next, I will explain the concept of consumptive behavior as a predictor variable. Consumptive behavior is a buying behavior that is no longer based on rational needs or consideration. Instead, it buys certain products or service to get pleasure to or prestige and raise social status. Current consumption behavior is not only influenced by economic factor or income and based on rational choice, but also a cultural system or environmental condition and a system of social meaning, social lifestyle. Based on community researches, observation, who are most exposed to the distribution of information about a product through social media, Facebook and Instagram, millennials, they have much time to access information through social media. In general, they are not limited to using their cell phones to carry out online activities on social media, such as Facebook and Instagram, and have much free time because they have not worked or their work is related to devices, so that the frequent use of social media and exposure to information about a product on the homepage of their Facebook and Instagram accounts could be cause for them to have consumptive behavior. Next, furthermore, from the chart that I display, I will describe the conceptual framework. The research I conducted refers to the theory presented by Bohr 2014, Sagebaum 2018, and Bofidalambi and Lambert 2018, which states that the marketing mix in social media, or what is known as social media marketing, namely product, price, place, and promotion, can influence consumer attitudes and behavior to eventually lead to consumptive behavior, in which social media users buy goods with the aim not to fulfill their needs, but to show their identity so that the environment can accept them, increasing prestige, and to be different from the environment. So in the end, I propose a research hypothesis based on the formulation of the problem that has been made earlier. Namely, it is suspected that there is a significant influence of Facebook and Instagram as social media marketing on the consumptive behavior of millennials. Next, this research was conducted with quantitative methods using simple linear regression analysis. The method of determining the study's location used a purposive area. The sample was determined using purposive sampling, namely the millennials in Indonesia. Method of data collection using observation and closed questionnaires with a Likert scale. The data analysis used was the regression line variant, the F-test, and the determination coefficient. And then the results of the calculation of simple linear regression analysis are as follow as the table I showed this. Based on this data, the sample regression equation obtained in this study is as follows. The coefficient is equal to 1.974 plus 1.476x. And then the next, the result of calculation for the analysis of the regression line variance are as follows. As the table I showed this, based on the result of the data obtained as shown in the table above, it is known that the value of the correlation coefficient is 0.977. The correlation coefficient of 0.977 shows that the relationship between the variable X, Facebook and Instagram as social media marketing, and the variable Y, the consumptive behavior among millennials, is categorized as having a stable relationship. The result of R square as seen in table 2 are 0.955, so that the final result after being entered into the coefficient of determination R square formula is as follows. R square multiplied by 100% equals 0.9. 155 multiplied by 100% equals 95.5%. The above shows that the percentage of Facebook and Instagram influence as social media marketing on millennials' consumptive behavior is 95.5%. As for the calculation of the F-test, it is known that the F value is as follows as the table I show this. Next. Based on this data, it is known that the calculated F value...
Excuse me, Mas Ricky, your time is 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you. Based on this data, it is known that the calculated F value 701.628 is more significant than F table equals 4.139 with a significance level of 0.000 smaller than the X equals 0.05. The above show that the Facebook and Instagram variables as social media marketing significantly influence millennials' consumptive behavior. Finally, we have come to the end. Based on the results of research and discussion of Facebook and Instagram's influence as social media marketing on millennials' consumptive behavior, it can be concluded that there is a significant influence on Facebook and Instagram as social media marketing on the consumptive behavior of students of millennials. The amount of the percentage of this influence is 95.5%. Based on the above conclusion, me suggests that millennials should be more selective and rational in considering purchasing goods through Facebook, Instagram, and other social media. Purchases should be based on urgent needs and rational consideration, not because of desire alone, prestige purpose, or to raise social status, because this can be categorized into consumptive behavior. I think the description of the research I have done is sufficient. Of course, there is still much to be done from this research, and of course, I hope for input from the participant who attend this session. And I finally return it to the moderator. Thank you so much for everyone for having me.
Thank you, Mas Ricky. That's the interesting research, yeah. Okay, before we go to the third presenters, I remind you that you are invited to share your thought or question to the presenter via the chat.
Okay, it's okay now. You may continue.
Okay. My research is motivated by the spread of COVID-19 virus has an impact on various aspects, including micro, small, medium, and even large companies. One of the impact is the furniture business in Jepara. As reported by Matika.com News, Jepara furniture export experienced a significant decline. In 2020, the export value of Jepara Defensive Furniture Center Java was recorded at $117 million. This figure shows a decrease from 2019, which was able to reach $186 million. This decline must be responded to by the companies to survive. Various efforts were made to keep the company effective. One measure of the company effective by looking at its managerial performance, it is a level of success achieved by the leadership with its employees or company resources in achieving company goals. Research on managerial company. Research on managerial performance are still inconsistent. One of the influencing factor in budgetary participation. This is because managerial performance is achieved by involving human resource, namely leaders and subordinates or their employees in budgeting. One solution to difference in research or inconsistencies in research in this way from using a contingency approach. This approach gives an idea that the relationship between budgetary participation and managerial performance is thought to be influenced by conditional factors or variables. One of conditional variable is moderating variable. Moderating variable is a variable that has influence being able to strengthen or weaken the relationship between the dependent variable and the dependent variable. The moderating variables used in this study are organizational commitment and leadership style. The following is conceptual framework in this research. Budgetary participation is a process that involves individuals in determining the budget objective for which they are responsible. Participation can be interpreted as a joint decision-making process by two or more parties that have a future impact on the decision maker. With the participation of budgeting, managers feel involved and must be responsible for the implementation of the budget so that it is hoped that managers can make better budgeting and company goals can be achieved. The achievement of goal is the main goal that is expected to be achieved by the company, which is one of the measures of managerial performance. The higher the involvement of manager and employees in budgeting, the higher the managerial performance. And conversely, the smaller the participation manager and employees in preparing the company's budget, the lower the managerial performance. This is supported by Ma'at Al-Hades, Idris, and Ramadan 2013, and Swardanathan Suryanawa 2015. who say that budget participation has a positive and significant effect on managerial performance. Based on the existing explanation, the following hypothesis is proposed. Budgeting participation has a positive and significant effect on managerial performance. Organizational commitment is a condition where individual has trust, attachment, and a feeling of belonging to the company so that the individual will be more concerned with the interests of the company than his interests. This is following the hierarchy of needs theory. A person whose self-actualization needs are met will feel useful for the company and he will be motivated to be able to behave in the best way for the company. For that, we will try to achieve the goals that have been set. Strong organizational commitment within the individual will cause individual to strive to achieve organizational goals following the goals and interests of organization, and will have a positive outlook and try to do their best for the benefit of organization. Individual with a high level of dedication are more concerned about the organization fact and strive to improve its direction. Thus, organization commitment will support the role of providing participation in budgeting for managerial performance. This is supported by Pak Pahan et al. 2018, who said that organization commitment strengthens the effect of budget participation on managerial performance based on explanation. The following hypothesis to organization commitment moderates the relationship between budgetary participation and managerial performance. Leadership is the process of directing, guiding, and influencing the thoughts, feeling, action, and behavior of order to be moved towards certain goals. Leadership plays a very important role in organizational management. Leadership style is a leader's way of influencing other people or subordinates so that person want to do the leaders will to achieve organizational goals, even though personally it might not be right. Leadership style can affect the way managers work because leadership style contains an understanding as a manifestation of the behavior of a leader against his ability to lead. A leadership style that views it as important to improve manager and employees in financial and non-financial planning will make it easier to leaders to achieve company goals. Therefore, the leadership style will strengthen the relationship between budgetary participation and the company's managerial performance. Researchers with this idea, claiming that leadership style moderates the impact of budgetary participation on management performance. Based on the accepting explanation, the following hypothesis is proposed. Leadership style moderates on relationship between budgetary participation and managerial performance.
Ma'am, you have another 2 minutes.
Population and census. Population of this study is
Okay, Miss Ida, are you there? I think there has been slight of internet connection problem from Miss Ida. Okay, Miss Ida. Okay, you were a little bit froze back then. So can you move on to your conclusion?
A conclusion, okay. Okay, conclusion, budget improvement with controlled by organization, dedication and leadership style has impact on future companies' effectiveness. Partially, budgetary participation does not affect the effectiveness of the company within this study is seen from managerial performance. This means that budgetary participation cannot make a real contribution to the effectiveness of the company. Organizational commitment moderates the relationship between budgetary participation and managerial performance. This means that participation in budgeting with high organizational commitment processed by employees can improve managerial performance. The association between budgetary participation and managerial performance is moderated by leadership style. This means that participation in budgeting followed by a good leadership style can improve managerial performance. The most important thing that needs to be paid attention to by furniture entrepreneur in Jepara Agency is to foster organization commitment for manager and employees so that company effectiveness can be achieved. In addition, the entrepreneurs must apply a leadership style that always emphasizes the importance of task and this implementation, influence management perspective in problem solving, communicate goal and provide opportunity for managers and employees to be creative in solving tasks and problems, and appreciate and prizes employees who have good performance.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Ida. Yeah. Okay, so we already have 3 presenters, and then we're moving on to the question and answer session. Okay, so for Mr. Yuliansah, can you help me share the summary of the question so far? Okay, so we only got one question from the chat box, which is directed to Miss Clara Ika Palupi. So the question is from Miss Aini Aziza. So she is asking how to implement the program elsewhere. So other than the students or the school that was included in your research. Okay. So Miss Clara, you can answer the question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zahratul and Ms. Aini for the question. So, if we talk about how to implement the local and national curriculum in our school, it's always to how to collaboration with the stakeholder. In Tubaba, Tulang Barat, Lampung, the character building through improvement factor and collaboration all stakeholders, such as Department of Education, this integration is included in our program. And then as we know, the egg is more than the word. So for the implement this character, we use the modeling strategy, like how to include the character in learning and teaching process, like input in our RPP or lesson program. Like if we want to the student have Nerimo character, we get it to input it lesson plan, praying before and after the process learning, and make a reflective after we learning together, and the second is make a school culture and learning activities, like such as when the student come into school, they have to 5S, a smile, greeting other teacher and student. Nah, and the culture of school that we hope the student have discipline character, they must go on time to school. And for religion character, we have to student how the student have attitude to not for the educator or not to not to teacher, but also to their friends, and that character is include, and we can look in their activities, their daily activities. So how, Miss Aini, Aziza, you any suggestion or others?
Miss Aini Aziza, I hope that answer your question. Okay, she said thank you, Miss Clara.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aini.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, since there's no other question, so I would like to open another opportunity for the participant who would like to ask to the presenters. Miss
maybe I miss it, but I cannot find the research gap. So I think it would be much better if you put the research gap in your maybe the last part of introductions. However, you have explained the research gap in your presentation. So I think that you all I think you have addressed the issue. Okay. For the second part, I admit that when I read your article, I wondering what is the objective of your article. Is it simply a narrative, or is it a hypothesis test, or what is the objective? So I mean I scrolled down and I found finally that there are a few you want to address the indicators for adoptions of mobile wealth. So maybe it's much better maybe if you put a hypothesis or research questions into your introduction or the last part of your literature review. So maybe it doesn't need to be a hypothesis, but it can research questions or something that it makes us easier for us to skim article. I think all of us admit that reading article in detail takes time. So some of us usually skim it first, and after skimming it, we can find the quality article that we want to read in a more detailed way. And for the third part, I think this one has not been addressed yet. But the conclusion, I may miss your presentation, but I admit that in your conclusion, it's a bit confusing because your analysis in your discussions, you discussed of in your analysis, you discussed of the factors that affect the adoptions of mobile wallets. However, in your conclusions in your article, you mentioned about the growing popularity of M wallet and also the leader of wallet suppliers. So I mean that I think it's different topic that the conclusion have a little connections with the discussion. Maybe actually you think there is a conclusion, but maybe you need to provide a better explanation about the connection between your discussions and your conclusions. So maybe there are some parts that you think that actually there's a connection, but maybe as a schema, as a reader, I cannot find the connection. So I think it will be very useful if you maybe provide a longer or a better explanation. Okay, that's all for me for the third presenters. Very well. Before we go to the second part of our sessions, is there any presenter who want to provide feedbacks or maybe want to reply on comments from both Ms. Daru and me? Any presenter may want to provide comments or feedbacks? Okay, if there isn't any, then I would like to thank for our first three presenters. Thank you very much for your wonderful contributions and for your attendance. Please stay and watch for the next three presenters. Okay, now I would like to invite our next three presenters. A moment. Okay, sure. Okay, for now, the next presenter, I would like to invite the speaker for paper entitled "The Influence Macroeconomics Variables as Determinant of Non-Performing Loans: Evidence from Indonesia Banks and Indonesia Stock Exchange or IDX," written by Dewi Kumalasari and Mustafa. Who will be the speaker for us? I'm sorry, who will be the presenter for this paper? Is there any writer? Is there one of the writer available?
Can you hear my voice, please?
Okay, yes, I can hear your voice.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Very well. So, Ms. Dewi Kumalasari, you will be. Are you are the one who will present? Aren't you? Okay. Very well. Now you have 10 minutes. Ms. Dewi Kumalasari, floor is yours.
Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is my paper, the title Influence Macroeconomics Variable as a Determinant of Non-Performing Loans, Evidence from Indonesian Banks at Indonesia Stock Exchange. I'm N. Mustafa from Faculty Economics Yogyakarta State University. First, bank is the functional institution that is important in influencing the economy, but macroeconomic, and this because the banking sector plays the main function as a financial intermediary, and credit has the rights enough risk because it's not always extended into public, free from risk, and main risk faced by banking in carry out of trading is emergency of bad loans or so-called non-performing loans. And I'm sorry, this double text. The next, from Surak, I explain the importance of the research non-performing loans from a bank by looking at more specific and macroeconomic factor. Research conducted by Bovanda and Ropel on Italy found that change in macroeconomic condition generally affect the credit quality, and inflation is an increase in price as well, which can result in distributing the balance between the flow of money and goods. And the development of the fixed exchange rate has greatly affected economic activity when it's necessary to spend and increase the domestic reason to obtain the dollar. It will increase the possible higher non-performing loans rate. And the next variable is gross domestic gross or GDP is the value as a growth of service in the country, which is a product by production factor on the by citizen of the country and for example. And the research methods in this study is quantitative data and the study used from 25 banks taken from their analysis report. It obtained from variable that's it NPLs, percentile, beta 1 and 3, and inflation, exchange rate, and GDP. And the result and discussion, this multiple linear regression of analysis that this is the result. Can the effect of inflation on non-performing loans for Indonesian banks at EDX. It knows it have significant effects on inflation. It means 1.4%. Didn't increase the operation expense was felt, although the income was fixed because the business actor to have difficulty meeting their obligation to pay credit installment onto banks. This research is also related with research by Bacuk and Janar. They found there was positive effects of inflation and unemployment rate to NPL that occurred. And next, effects to exchange rate on non-performing loans. It's no effect from X2 because this is not have significant on NPLs owned by bank because the exchange rate is not really felt by customer. This situation occurs because the exchange rates as relative short term. So this situation does not really disrupt business with this carry up. Sorry, I have bad connection.
Okay, Mr. Kumalaswari, are you with us? Okay, we will wait a moment if she is if she cannot join. Maybe we can skip, but we'll wait for a moment. Maybe the time
for my.
Hello? Okay.
Can I next my presentation?
Okay, yes. Please continue. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Next. Sorry. Okay. Next is the effect of GDP on NPLs. There is not a negative and significant effect of GDP on NPLs of the Indonesian banks at EDX. The increase in GDP shows that the increase in economics will increase incomes will decrease, and this same GDP positive effect on determination coefficient that three variable have affects to dependent variable of NPLs of conventional commercial bank. Next, details result that the effect of inflation, exchange rate, and cosmetic product on NPLs banks at EDX is shown that value is 5. It's reject and F1 ends is accepted. And this conclusion, this paper is analysis on NPLs from Indonesian the Indonesia Stock Exchange, and this findings we just suggest the bank makes a strategy and rewards for customers so that they
asset. Research object and method. The object of this research on asset in coal mining company registered in LQ45, namely PT Adair Energy, PT Indo Tambang Raya Mega, and PT Bukit Asam. Research method, two method, one first descriptive and second associative. Results and discussion. You can see this table of result and discussion. It explained for 2015 until 2020. Result based on the results of research based on the theoretical review as well a calculation and statistical analysis that have been carried out by research during research and discussion of the effect of working capital turnover and account receivable turnover and return on asset in coal mining companies registered in LQ45. The research can called first the conditioner of return on asset at coal mining companies listed LQ45 for the 2050 until 2020 period experience fluctuating development up and down the average development of return on asset in coal mining companies listed in LQ45 2005 until 2020 period was 10.
Sorry, Mbak Siti.
Okay, sorry. Of return on asset in coal mining companies listed in LQ40 2015 until 2020 period was 10.18%. And second, condition of working capital turnover is coal mining companies listed in LQ45 for the 2015 until 2020 period experience fluctuating development up and down every year, and the average working capital turnover in coal mining company listed in LQ45 for the 2015 until 2020 period is 2. LQ45 for the 2015 until 2020 period is 2.50%. Third, condition of account receivable turnover at mining companies listed in LQ45 for the 2015 until 2020 period experienced volatile development up and down every year, and the average receivable turnover in subcoal mining company listed in LQ45 2015 until 2020 period is 9.18. Working capital turnover to ROA, single correlation ratio L 0.33. Coefficient of determinant 10.91%. Receivable capital turnover to ROA, single correlation ratio R minus 0.82. Coefficient to determinant 67.24%. And working capital turnover and account receivable turnover on ROA, multi-table correlation ratio 0.91, coefficient of determinant 82.81%. Okay, finish. I say thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Siti. Okay, and there are participants. Yeah, if you want to ask question or provide your insight, you can write them down in the chat box. Now, without further ado, let us invite our next presenter, Mr. Raichan Naufal Ramadan, with the title, The Influence of Working Capital Turnover and Debt to Equity Ratio and Return on Assets. Mr. Raichan, you have 10 minutes. Time is yours.
I'm sorry, Miss. I cannot share screen. Oh, no, I can. Sorry.
Yes, you can.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I want to present my article, I want to introduce myself first. My name is Raichan Naufal Ramadan from University Wirauda Indramayu. I want to presentation my article is the title is The Influence of Working Capital Turnover and Debt to Equity Ratio on Return on Asset. Case study on telecommunication companies listed on the Indonesia Stock Exchange. Introduction. The company will carry out various business activities with the ultimate goal to be achieved, namely to earn a profit. Efficiency can be known by comparing profit with other indicators, and then the level of profitability will be known. Profitability in this study is proceeded by return on asset because it can show how the company's performance is seen from the use of all assets owned by the company in generating profit. There are factors that can affect ROA, namely working capital, in this study using the calculation of working capital turnover and debt to equity ratio. Literature review. According to Imadesudana, state that return on assets shows the company's ability to use all its assets to generate earnings after tax. And the indicators of
Since I'm the moderator, so I would like to ask Mr. Yuliansa to be my timekeeper. So, Mr. Yuliansa, can you be my timekeeper? Can you be my timekeeper, Mr. Yuliansa? Same rule for everyone, 10 minutes. Okay, it's okay. So the timer, I think it's already set it. So ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce my group. Yeah, so we consist of 4, and our paper entitled Psychological Need Satisfaction Model on Developing Lecturers' Commitment During COVID-19 Era, Cross-Generation Analysis. So what drives us to do this research? So there are several reasons. The first one is because of the environmental changes. So ladies and gentlemen, it is already widely known that human resource is the key of the organization's success. So as well as in educational institution, the key success also rely on the human resource, which are the lecturers. And we already know that we have a rapid environmental changes, for example, technological changes, cultural shift, and then etc. But the most recent one, we being faced is emerged due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused a large scale restriction on people activities. Therefore, it forced institution education to transfer their learning activities from offline to online. So that situation creates another challenges for the lecturers. What are the challenges? So lecturers, they are forced to try to change their learning process from offline to online in a very quick time. And then they also are forced to be able to develop their technological skill. For example, like using Zoom, using Google Classroom, and other educational platforms that can support them to still be able conducting the learning process from offline to online. So these challenges also indicates that there's a need for our lecturer to have a sustained development on their skill in order for them to be able to face the challenges that created by the environmental challenge. In order to increase their skill, so they need to engage in what we call as lifelong learning. Okay. However, lifelong learning doesn't come instantly. It needs our lecturer to have a high commitment to the organization, so they have the willingness to continue learning, continue developing their ability and skill. And based on the previous research, they stated that in educational institutions, leaders play an essential role in supporting the involvement of teachers in learning process and self-development, which can be identified as the organizational support that's shown by the leaders. This leader support will be translated as a form of support from the organization by the lecturers. So the concept of organizational support theory explains that employees from their perception regarding the extent to which organization value and care about their well-beingness of their working life. And also according to social exchange theory, the form perception will motivate employee to provide appropriate feedback through their performance and attitude toward the organization. The support provided by the organization encourage the formation of positive work attitudes such as organizational commitment. So organizational support plays an essential role in developing their lecturers' organization commitment in lifelong learning. However, previous research regarding teachers' involvement has dismally ignored the psychological mechanism in explaining the impact of leader supports on the outcome of consequences of teachers' work and learning motivation. So therefore, in our study, we do highlight the psychological mechanism, which is the psychological need satisfaction that being fulfilled by the perceived support that being shown by the organization in order to create a positive working attitude of the lecturer, which here we call as organizational commitment. Okay, so psychological need satisfaction measures person level of psychological satisfaction based on three fundamental needs of self-determination theory, which are needs of autonomy, need of competence, and need for relatedness. Yeah. Additionally, the past researches about the teachers' attitude, teachers' involvement are mainly conducted on the primary sector of education. But however, as we know, the high institution education also face the same problem, and it is also crucial for them, for their lecturer to possess the certain commitment, yeah, or willingness to lifelong learning to improve themselves, yeah, in order to face the challenges also. Additionally, another challenge is that being faced by our higher institution right now is the variety of workforce structure. Yeah, so today's organization workforce consists of three generations. First is the baby boomers, and then also Generation X and Generation Y, which we also call as millennials. And we already know that each generation has different characteristics, skills, and value that influence the attitude at the workplace. It formed due to the different experience, different culture of how they grew up. Yeah. So it also might be another challenges because each generation, when they receive a treatment by the organization, for example, in this study is perceived organizational support, they will translate it differently, yeah, because they have different mindset as they grow up in different situation, and that may cause on different attitude development. So therefore, in this study, I would highlight that also. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I already explained to you a little bit about my variable. So we use a psychological need satisfaction, yeah, as the mediating variable, and we have perceived organizational support as the independent, and the dependent would be organizational commitment. So the new mechanism, yeah, on the construct here is we put a highlight on the fulfilling, satisfied of psychological needs. So we argue that in order for organization to maximize the outcome of the positive commitment of the lecturer, they need to treat them as what their psychological needs require. Yeah, and we also use two theories for our grand theories in this construct. First is the social exchange theory, which explains the relationship between the perceived organizational support and also organizational commitment, and also self-determinant theory, which support the mediating effect of psychological need satisfaction. So this is our hypothesis, and this is our construct. Yeah, since I only have 2 minutes left, so I'm jumping on to the methodology and results. So we're using self-reported, yeah, questionnaire, and we when our sample are lecturers of one faculty in Yogyakarta. So the reason why we use only one faculty, because every faculty have different autonomy for leaders. So there may be different policies which will also affect, yeah, the outcome of the commitment. So here is our respondent overview. So what we found from our study, so all of the hypotheses is accepted except the fifth hypothesis, which stated there is a difference between generation. So we find no difference between the generation on the construct. Okay. Other hypotheses are supported. So what can we conclude, yeah, from our result of study? So if we can summarize, we can
conclude that perceived organizational support has a positive effect on organizational commitment, and also psychological needs mediates the effect of pause, on OC. But however, there's no difference, between each generation for the construct. It means that for each generation, whether it's baby boomers, generation X, or generation Y, millennials, it is the same. So the pause will affect on organizational commitment if they pay attention to the fulfillment of psychological needs of their lecturers. Okay, and also we find no difference on the construct of the organizational commitment, but the highest value is on affective commitment. It means that the type of commitment that being able to form by the post perceived by the lecturer is mostly rely on the affective side. And also the implication, limitation, and suggestion. So theoretically, it's enforced the concept of social action theory and self-determination at workplace, and also it prudence the empirical evidence on organizational behavioral science. Practically, the result of this study can provide suggestion for universities on how to increase the commitment of their lecturers, which is by paying attention to the fulfillment of their psychological needs. And then the limitation and suggestion. The limitation in this study is the number of respondents collected, which is very limited to the baby boomers generation. And then for the future research, we would like to suggest for them to consider using more comprehensive sample, but with another variable control, because like each universities and each faculty, they have their own autonomy in deciding their policy. So in order to really capture what's going on, we need several counter variables for that. I think that's all from me that I can deliver to you. So moving on to my my role as moderator. So since it was the last presentation for this session, so we would directly move to the question and answer session. So for Mr. Yulansha, can you help me share the question that's already being summarized? Okay, so the reason question is the bold one. Okay, so there's one question from the chat box which is directed to Ms. Wahyu Lestari. So the question is, what your recommendation for the future research, especially about manpower aspect? So Ms. Wahyu Lestari, are you ready to answer the question?
Yes, I will answer this question from Nurul Invita. Thank you for the question. For a recommendation for the future research, because our study is study literature, so we suggest that the future research use field data to analysis so that the result will be more proper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wahyu Lestari. Okay, before we move on to the review and suggestion session from our reviewer, so I would like to open one more opportunity for question. Is there anyone would like to ask question? You can raise your hand or either type it on the chat box. Is there anyone? Okay, so no one raised hand and also no one type on chat box. So I would like to assume that there's no more question. So that would be the end of our question and answer session. So we move on to the suggestion and review by our reviewer, Mr. Andreas. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Zaro. First of all, this reviews is for everyone actually. Overall, well, all of the articles submitted have been reviewed actually by our organizer committee. Actually, the reviewers have reviewed, and hopefully all of us have revised the papers. In short, probably the the organizer committee will send the review. And second, all the author here are suggested to follow the style of journal that the authors or presenter would like to submit. All the authors should include the reference from the journal that you would like to submit. Recent reference, excuse me, all the authors should include recent reference, of course relevant to the title that you have, or relevant to the article that you have written. Okay, specifically for paper from Wahyu and Mrs. Wahyu and Mustafa. This paper has provided the gap analysis. It also has described the urgency to solve this problem. One thing that you may add is in this paper is the limitation of the study. And your paper also mentioned about the government policy. So probably you may add or discuss the government policy regarding how to overcome this impact of this pandemic, COVID pandemic here. I guess that's for Mrs. Wahyu and Mr. Mustafa. And lastly for Mrs. Zahro here, same thing here. This paper has provided clearly defined the gap analysis, also implement suitable research method. And well, as we may know in Indonesia that a lecturer in Indonesia, there are many kind of type of lecturer. There are public employee or government contract temporary that they might be give a different result here. Probably that it can be those variables can be considered for the next research here. I guess that's all I can say here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Andreas, for the suggestion. I think it's very valuable, especially in continuing our research for the next one. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we end this session, actually will have several announcements. First of all, you might fill out the form, for attendance that already being posted at the chat box, and also the
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Dwi and Ms. Chusnu. It was a wonderful presentation about the effect of soft skills and internal locus of control toward the readiness to be a professional teacher. Now, I will invite the last presenter, Mrs. Isroah. And Mrs. Isroah, you have 10 minutes. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. and Mr. Arwan. I will share screen. Okay, my paper we detail the advantage of vocational education in the Industrial Revolution Era 4.0 by Isroah and Mr. Sutarto and Mr. Slamet. This paper aim to describe the characteristic of current vocational education. Second, describe the characteristic of the excellences of vocational in the Industrial Revolution Era 4.0. The survey on public interest in vocational education with 500 respondents, so that public interest in vocational education is quite high. 78.6% of respondents are interested in continuing their education to vocational college. Some of the factors of interest in vocational higher education are 68.7% because good job prospect, 46.1% because of study, 41.7% are considered to the able to work immediately after graduation. Brojonegoro stated that the implementation of vocational education in Indonesia is considered not optimal. The quality of polytechnic graduate is not always able to meet the qualification of labor provider to that. There are still many unemployed. This can happen because of several things, include one, prospective worker who are not competent because the curriculum is not in synchron with the industry. Second, lack of practice. Third, limited opportunity for self-development during internship. Fourth, inadequate quality of teacher or trainer. Vocational education in Indonesia until now still need special attention and serious handling because some of the issues that in 2000 until 24 vocational education and training policy are that the number of educational institutions capable to produce graduate with relevant skill is still limited. Second, the quality of vocational education institution is low and vocational education institutions do not provide the major needed by the industry. The problem can be solved by an evolving partner include first, vocational education institution to the government or regulator, other user communities. What is the industrial revolution 4.0? First, industry 1, revolution industry 2, third, 4, the issue fourth industrial revolution emerged from the German. Furthermore, it is explained that the Industrial Revolution 4.0 is the system that integrated the online world with production in the industrial world. The following is an overview of the development in the Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution in higher education. Higher education institutions as labor provider are required to prepare students to be accepted in a rapidly changing and technology-based industrial world. Digitalization occurs in the world of education, including the digital learning, digital library, online course, e-book, questionnaire, even student academic services from the manual system are not replaced by application. So higher education strives to meet the needs of students by providing provision in accordance with the demand of the industrial world. What is the vocational education? Vocational education is a diploma program, higher education that prepare job with certain applied skill up to applied undergraduate program. This program include Diploma 1, 2, Diploma 3, and Diploma 4. Okay. What characteristic of vocational education? According research from Slamet, Gardiner, Hartarto, Kemenristek Dikti, Dirjen Vokasi, state vocational education can produce graduate who are professional in their field and can compete in the world of workforce as employee and as business actor. Education required a learning environment that resembles the world and world of work and equip adjustment according to the needs of carrying out work in the world. The advantage of vocational education in the Industrial Revolution era. The Gardner, Akbari, Harold, Das, Pangestu, and World Economic Forum, it can be concluded that vocational education in the era Industrial Revolution 4.0 able to prepare superior human resource, namely having technical skill atau hard skill, as well as non-technical skill atau or soft skill. This means that vocational education is able to produce graduates who are able to complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, people management, coordination with others, emotional intelligence, judgment and decision making, service orientation, negotiation, and cognitive flexibility. Alignment of technical skill with non-technical skill need to be developed, and so that graduates from vocational education are able to work as entrepreneur or as rebel startup. Conclusion and suggestion. Conclusion 1. The character of vocational education currently consists of activities. 1. Equipping graduates with applied skill who are technologically literate, flexible, and skilled in harmony with the world of work. 2nd, equipping graduates in non-technical skill. 3rd, the proposition of vocational learning, 60% practical and 40% theory. Fourth, using equipment that is as close as possible to the reality of the workplace. Fifth, 50% of the teachers are from practitioners and 50% from academic. The teacher have experience in the field of work. The students' final work is not only research paper, but real product. Finally, produce graduates who can become strong, independent, and entrepreneur. Build partnership in link and match, triple helix or pentahelix. Conclusion 2. Characteristic of the advanced vocational education and the Industrial Revolution 4.0 are equip students with soft skill and technical skill, high-level thinking, analysis skill, and flexibility in the scientific field, skill in technology and social, skill in complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, managing people, coordinating with others, having emotional intelligence, judgment and decision making, service on orientation, negotiation, cognitive flexibility. Expert in the field of programming, web designing, technical network engineering, government digital services, and other future professions. Possessing global citizenship skill, innovation and creativity skill, technology skill, interpersonal skill, personalized and self-paced learning, accessible and inclusive learning, problem-based and collaborative learning, lifelong and student-driven learning.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Isroa.
Oh, finish. Yeah. Okay. Okay, suggestion based on the conclusion suggestion that vocational education should make institutions think to meet the demand determined by stakeholder and the demand of community. Second, the advantage of Vocational education should be adaptive by carrying out the transformation to meet the demand of change in the era of the Industrial Revolution, with the characteristic of having work done quickly, precisely, and accurately. Okay, thank you. Finish. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Isroa, for interesting presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the discussion session. And since there are no questions from the participants in the chat box, so Dr. Dennis, you can directly give your review and suggestion for the presenters.
So, thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, the audience of the international conference. And again, I will give all of these very interesting topics, articles, yeah. Perhaps a few suggestions and also a little bit review about this. But I do believe this is a very high quality of articles that the audience already submitted into this conference. Okay, so the review itself is also debatable. Yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of discussion. So okay, it can be proper or not, or maybe can increase the quality or of the paper, or maybe the opposite. Okay, so the first one is very interesting articles from Dwi Nur Aisyah and Bu Husnu Syarifah, yeah. This is very interesting topic, I think, yeah, the effect of soft skill and internal locus of control toward the readiness to be a professional teacher. So I guess that ready or not, you should be a teacher for the students. So this is very interesting, yeah, to assess the readiness the students to become a professional teacher. So there are three hypotheses that already stated in this research, and I do believe that the hypothesis is quite representative to the topics. Okay, so this is a very good stated hypothesis, and from the stated hypothesis, we can also predict the analysis that conducted by the researcher. So, but perhaps there is a view, the method that maybe a trigger a little bit question according to the research. So the first is why the researcher choose only the students from the 2016. Okay, since there is a very unique characteristic to the students, so the researcher choose only to use that students, or what kind of that? I mean, if we choose to select the sample or the population, okay, it means that because there is a uniqueness according to the population, and I do believe that it's better for you to mention that, okay, to mention what is the unique characteristic of your population. Okay, and this is population study, so I do believe the sample is no need, since you include all of the students in the population, and since this one is you use questionnaire, okay, and since the questionnaire somehow it's kind of self-assessment, okay, and we already know that the instrument that the respondent fulfill it by their own assessment, it will tend to occur the bias, such as social desirability bias or something like that. So we should aware about when this bias occur in the response of the questionnaire. Okay, so and then the second one about the questionnaire, I think it's important for the reader to know how the researcher built the instruments. Okay, since should be a clear between the line. Okay, among the concept and then the construct and the indicators, and how the researcher break down the indicators into the item of questionnaire. Okay, into the item of question. I think this is a very important aspect. So we can confirm that, okay, the questionnaire as the instrument to collecting the data, okay, it represents the variable, the indicator, the construct, and also the concept that drawn from the theory itself. Okay, so this is very good that all hypothesis is accepted. Okay, the alternative hypothesis is accepted. So the prediction of the researcher, okay, it's strongly supported by the theory. It's proven. Okay, it's a very good articles, I think, but I do believe if you already have any targeted journal, you should put more specific on the topic and how you can develop, okay, your paper into the criteria of the journal. Okay, and then the second one, this is also interesting, a very interesting article from Pak Yuliansyah Sutirman and Mustika Dwi Hartanti. Okay, this is very interesting topic, but I think this is not a very sellable title, since this is only the practical learning media for distant learning used by the teacher or of OTKP Vocational High School in Central Java. Since the title is the form is a question sentence. Okay, so is the practical, and then the answer is yes or no. Okay, so I do believe this is very interesting topic, but it's better for you if you do not use, okay, this question sentence as the title. Okay, so because if somebody asks it, is the practical learning used? Oh, okay, yes or no. So what is the research process then? Okay, so okay, the first is I do believe the research method is already proper to achieve the research objective and also to answer the research problem. Okay, it's through questionnaire, and as I mentioned before, that the questionnaire is a little bit tricky. I mean, since they use their own assessment as the response to the instrument, so it will occur the possibility that the bias is occur during the response. So I think you can manage for the bias not to influence, okay, by put another item of questionnaire that can control the response. Okay, and okay, so it used inferential statistical analysis. Okay, I think this is very acceptable, yeah, or non-parametric, since the normal assumption is not fulfilled. Okay, and okay, so what I a little bit confused is the researcher stated that the null hypothesis is accepted. Okay, since basically in social science, we rather test the alternative hypothesis rather than the null hypothesis itself. Okay, so the distinguish of the null hypothesis, the difference here then between the null hypothesis is the alternative hypothesis. Okay, in general, the alternative hypothesis is the hypothesis that we expected to occur as the result of the research, something like that. So what we expected, we can put it into the what we call alternative hypothesis. I think such as like that. So if the researcher stated that, okay, the null hypothesis is accepted, so which one? The researcher want to test the alternative ones or the null ones. Okay, so I mean this is not a very serious what we if we cannot make mistake, it's not a very serious or big mistake. It's just which one the sentence that or expectation, okay, that we will put it into the null hypothesis or the alternative hypothesis. Okay, so and if alternative hypothesis is rejected, I think this is a very common phenomena in social science. So this is okay. Okay, I mean, rather than stated that the null hypothesis is accepted, in the other hand, we say that the alternative hypothesis is rejected. Is that okay? That's very common in social science. Since we didn't play in the field of exact science, I think this is very common. Okay, what we will do with our expected hypothesis is rejected is the first, we can have a good explanation why our prediction was rejected. The first is we can state our logical thinking about that. Why our prediction that is already supported by the theoretical foundation and also the relevant research, the logical thinking, we can state it. And then the second, we can use also the competing theory. Okay, the competing theory is the theory that get observe the same phenomena, but in the different point of view with another theory, that's the competing theory. And also the third step is we can also supporting why our alternative hypothesis rejected by cited the similar or the relevant research that also the same research with us. That is the alternative hypothesis also rejected. With the three explanation like that, I think this is very okay that our expected hypothesis was rejected. It's okay since this is a social science, anything can be happen in a social setting. Okay, so this is very interesting topics, I think, yeah. And then the sixth article, this is very interesting too. Understanding millennial generation, organization, social exchange through psychological contact. I think this is a very, what we call, very updating, very current situation, yeah, by Pak Purwanto. And okay, so the first one is, okay, I think the research method is very proper, I think, to achieve the research objectives and also to answer the research question. And I think I do agree with the researchers that the researchers use smart PLS to analyze the models, okay. And then what I already, what I think is a little bit lack of this research is the operational definition, such as what is millennial lecturer? I think millennial, you can make it clear stated that, okay, this is the lecturer that born perhaps in the 80, if I am not mistaken. Because the criteria of millennial generation, it can be by the year of born and also the characteristic. Okay, maybe I'm not born in 80, but I have a characteristic of millennial generation, not the colonial one. Okay, something like that. So I think it's very interesting, but the researcher, okay, should put more clear definition, operating variable definition, okay, according to the research. And then the next one is, I think this is a very common limitation when we use the questionnaire, such as, okay, the researcher used a 5-scale Likert, then I agree with that. But then if this is self-assessment, it tends to occur at the bias. Okay, and maybe I miss about the whole article, but I didn't find how many millennial lecturer that already used in this paper. And okay, I think this is very important research. So the suggestion, I do believe this is very important to the practice level. Okay, so the suggestion of the research, I do believe if you make it not only in normative terms, but also in the practical ones, so the contribution is quite clear for the organization how to treat the millennial lecturer. Okay, so this is the suggestion is not normative one, but the practical. It means that it can be answered the question of how to increase, how to treat, so this is the practical ones. Okay, and then once more, the last one is the paper from Bu Isroa. Okay, the advantages of vocational education in the era of Industrial Revolution 4.0. I think from the title, this is very interesting topic for Bu Isroa. And from the method, I can see that this is a kind of literature study. Okay, and the literature study to achieve the objectives of the research, and also to answer the research question, it should be digging deeper. Okay, because if we cannot digging deeper on the topics, what we can gain from the article is something like a common description, such as like that. Okay, so I do believe if the researcher make a one step or one more effort, it can be a very good explanatory research. Okay, not only on descriptive or literature, but also can improve it into the exploratory research. I think this is very good idea, Bu Isroa. Okay, so if the form of this research is literature, so I do believe that the researcher should be analyzed deeper, how the data collecting by the literature, and then the analysis of the situation, okay, the situation in the real, and also the Dasolen on and the Dasein, okay, what is the real one and how it should be, okay. And the reference, okay, not only based on data or literature or book, but also I do believe that the empirical research, okay, that take the similar topic, it can be make a strong foundation, strong support on the title. Okay, so the suggestion is also still, I think this is very normative. Okay, so the suggestion of the research, if you can contribute to the current practice, this is very good. Okay, so but if the suggestion of the research is rather normative than the practice one, I think it's kind of such a kind of conclusion rather than the suggestion. Is so I do believe that the topic is very interesting, but I think if you can digging deeper about the literature, so the research itself can describe and explain the interest of the topic. Okay, so and then the result can answer on the next question, not only what we call where, what, when, but also can answer the question is how and why, such as like that. Okay, and that's all of my suggestion, or perhaps a little bit review uh, for all of the articles. Okay, if there's a mistaken or misunderstanding about what I already reviewed about the paper, I do ask my apologize. Simply that this is a kind of discussion that I do believe I also learned so much from the article that I already read today. Okay, thank you very much, everybody, and wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The floor I give it back to Mbak Yudit Ayu Respati. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dennis, for the suggestions. I'm sure it will make the paper from the presenters better. Ladies and gentlemen, we reached the end of the discussion session for parallel presentation of International Conference 2021. Don't forget to fill the attendance form and upload your photo as a proof you're attending this session. As the chairperson of this session and also a representative of the committee, I would like to thank you for your participation. We will welcome any advice to help us improve the next event. See you again in the International Conference 2021. Thank you very much.
Nggak ada foto room ya Mbak ya?
Kita live room.
Foto dulu Mas Arwan.
Arwan bisa dibantu Pak?
One, open camera. Open camera please. 1, 2. Thank you.
Students.
Afternoon, Bu Denis. Afternoon, Pak Arwan.
Ya.
Tes.
Mulai kapan? Mulainya kapan?
Ladies and gentlemen, closing ceremony of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2021 is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Yolanda Ruseptiana on behalf of the organizing committee, extending our appreciation to all the guests, participants, and chairman for a wonderful panel session we had. I would like to apologize if made some mistakes while hosting for today. See you on the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2022. Thank you and have a great day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.